Speaker.
Honorable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to our government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice. Keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Honorable members, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Ms. Brooklyn Allard. I invite you to join in the language of your choice. Honorable members, please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honorable members, this afternoon we have our very first in-person post-COVID School at the Legislature group joining us this morning. From the constituency of Edmonton, Rutherford Rideau Park Elementary School, and also joining us in the gallery today are two guests of the Honourable Member for Highwood, Pat and Kim McCarthy. Would you all please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore is first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta, thank you so much for your resilience and optimism. Today, Walmart Canada announced a new 430,000 square foot fulfillment centre in beautiful Rocky View County. This landmark $120 million project will create hundreds of goods construction and engineering jobs through the course of the building phase and will support 325 full-time positions once it opens. This modern facility is capable of shipping up to 20 million items to Canadians every single year and will be powered by cutting-edge logistics and robotics technology, diversification at its finest. This is good news for Alberta workers and Alberta producers. Walmart produces more than $1.3 billion worth of products from suppliers based in Western Canada every year, including approximately $200 million worth of products from 47 Alberta-based suppliers. Walmart is also growing its focus on local goods, as they should. In 2021, Walmart added more than 100 new Canadian suppliers, including a 9% increase in Alberta-based suppliers. This will get more Alberta-made products into the homes of Albertans and Canadians in the years to come, and that's great news for everyone. In their announcement this morning, I was so proud to hear Walmart cite the competitive advantages of doing business in Alberta. This landmark investment follows similar major investments from companies like Amazon, HBO, Dow Chemical, Air Products, and Northern Petrochemical. With our budget balanced and the lowest taxes in Canada, and Albertans are our advantage and our most beautiful resource, and investors are taking notice. We should feel so optimistic, and thanks to you, our province continues to be a top destination for private sector investment. Alberta is the heartbeat of diversification, and Walmart investments and others show that our province now wears many hats and will continue to compete in the economies of the future. Thank you so much to all Albertans. Happy International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and Happy Nowruz. Thank you to all Albertans. Our best days are ahead.
The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 55th anniversary of the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This day was proclaimed in 1966 following the Sharpeville massacre, where peaceful protesters protesting against racist laws in apartheid South Africa were fired upon leaving hundreds killed and injured. Every year on this tragic anniversary, we must commit ourselves to taking action to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination in our society. Tragically, we have seen growing instances of hate crimes here in Alberta. A racist language is being thrown at racialized Albertans, people being assaulted in streets in broad daylight, religious communities being threatened. In racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist, we must be anti-racist. In order to ensure that we fulfill our mission to eliminate racial discrimination, we need proactive action, not words. My colleagues and I have heard loudly and clearly the concerns of racialized Albertans who are worried that this critical priority is being missed by this government. Even though the Throne speech acknowledged this increased trend of hate crimes in Alberta, the budget fails to invest in tackling the cause of racism. Our caucus is hard at work, proposing policies and actually consulting with the communities to hear what they are feeling and what they need. I'm proud our caucus will table important legislation later this week that will take real action to combat racism. We will still have a long way to do to ensure that we live in a province and a country that is totally free from all forms of racism, discrimination, and intolerance. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just this very weekend, I was invited to the 11th Annual Country Music Alberta Awards to support some of the incredible musical talent we have from Lesser Slave Lake. It was wonderful to see so many folks living their passion and expressing it through music, gathered to recognize the distinction of their peers across Alberta. The show was amazing, with musicians performing multiple genres of country and even yodeling. Musical romantics certainly would have found their niche last night with the performance of the song "Looking for a Lockdown with You." I would like to congratulate Berlin Broadhead. She is a young woman from Slave Lake that has had a passion for singing since she was 9 years old. She was nominated for the Youth Horizon Award and the Fans' Choice Award at the 11th Annual Country Music Alberta Awards, and is a fantastic and refined vocalist. I hope that she keeps up the awesome work. I wish her well and good luck in her bright future ahead. I would also like to congratulate Matt Cardinal from Wabasca. He has an amazing voice and is the lead singer for the band The Prairie States, who ended up winning the Group of the Year and also Album of the Year. Without a doubt, despite being a sparsely populated constituency, Lesser Slave Lake packs a big punch in the Alberta musical scene. I'm truly honored to represent such a strong constituency that loves to support local talent with amazing turnouts at every local event. The Alberta Country Music Awards continues to support Alberta and its musicians. I would like to encourage all of my colleagues here and also all fellow Albertans to get a membership to support such a great organization. Then hopefully next year I can give them a warning that all of my rowdy friends are coming over tonight. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is working around the clock to convince Albertans that they are taking action on the cost of living crisis facing them. But Albertans see this government's words and claims for exactly what they are: empty, hollow, and meaningless. I, along with my colleagues, have been hearing the concerns of those who are finding life unaffordable for weeks and months. Calgarians who are now forced to choose between groceries and turning the lights on, between medical treatments and keeping the heat on. Small businesses who, after 2 years of the pandemic, are finding that these bills are driving them further into debt and forcing them to lay off employees. This government's solution to these skyrocketing bills? A fake natural gas rebate. It won't even come close to into effect till next fall and comes in at a level that means that most Albertans won't qualify. And a $50 check to offset electricity bills in the hundreds of dollars. This isn't support. It's an insult to those who are struggling to feed their families and pay their bills. And that's it. Alberta's NDP has been raising these concerns with the government only to be dismissed at every turn. Instead, Alberta's out-of-touch premier is touring this province bragging about the historic support to Albertan families. The Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity proudly boasted to this House that their plan to deal with the huge increase in utilities was to do nothing. My constituents, my fellow Calgarians, need real support, and the government understands their needs. That's why I was proud to join our leader and my Calgary colleagues on Friday to commit that we will put money back into the pockets of Albertans. An NDP government would undo the UCP's billion-dollar tax grab, and we would ensure critical programs like AISH and seniors benefits keep pace with inflation. Mr. Speaker, it's simple. This side of the House doesn't look at the rising cost of living as an opportunity to take more from Albertans. We see it as an opportunity to help. Friends, colleagues, and fellow Albertans, help is on the way. A government of waiting is on this side. We're going to be here for you.
The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Who's the boss? Some political leaders think they are the boss. Many think the Prime Minister or the Premiers are the boss. Some leaders and Premiers in the past were convinced of that. The last PC Premier, may he rest in peace, and his party thought he was the boss. In May of 2015, we found out that was not the case. In May of 2015, the NDP leader and her party thought she was the boss. In April 2019, we again found out otherwise. So who really is the boss here in Alberta? Mr. Speaker, it's Alberta voters. The voters were angry at the PCs in 2015, and believe me, I heard it loud and clear at the doors. On May 5th, their voices were heard. On April 16, 2019, the real boss spoke again, giving the new UCP a resounding victory. The boss passed out pink slips to some and bonuses to others. Unfortunately, our boss, the voters, are angry again, as angry or more than I remember them in 2015 and 2019. They are angry about access to health care, and they don't want it blamed on COVID. It's been an issue for decades. In 2016, my own mom spent 5 days in an ER waiting for a bed to open up. They are very angry over ever-increasing utility costs that are forcing seniors from their homes because they can no longer afford to live there on fixed incomes. Tenants are angry because rent keeps increasing to keep up with the rising cost of utilities. I've suggested using our fantastic royalty surplus that belongs to Albertans to pay for mistakes of previous governments that have resulted in these increases. Let's reduce the burden on all of our consumers, stop making them pay for the mistakes of others. I would suggest that leaders in the province on all sides better pay attention to the real boss, the voters in this province, or prepare to follow the exit signs.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning is next.
Mr. Speaker, the past 2 years have been extremely hard on Alberta producers and industry. From the supply chain disruptions that came as a result of COVID-19 to massive heat waves, prolonged cold fronts, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and the illegal Coutts border blockade. Barely a week goes by when producers aren't grappling with challenges caused by issues well beyond their control. And now there's much uncertainty with the CP rail labour dispute. These disruptions have been global, and I will not blame the UCP for them. However, in the last 2 years, there's been challenges. I've never seen the UCP proactively plan for addressing future problems and increasing supply chain capacity and making the economy more resilient. In fact, I've seen the opposite. When Alberta only 24 border crossing was being illegally blockaded, the UCP actually cheered them on. When agriculture industry groups were stating their concerns and the devastating impact of the Coutts blockade, the UCP did nothing. Now, today, the CP rail dispute, we see them demanding federal back-to-work legislation, despite knowing clearly that one of the sources of contention is amount of rest time for CP rail employees. We need to keep Canadian rail lines open. There's no doubt, but we also need them to be safe. These workers have served Albertans and Canadians throughout the pandemic and helped fill our grocery stores with food, got fuel to businesses, and taken our grain and feed to market. Let's work on solutions. Let's push for a fast settlement. And let's go back beyond that to look at bigger challenges that we face. I stand in this House today calling on the UCP government to strike a bipartisan committee to study the way that Alberta can increase supply chain capacity and hear directly from Albertans on what they want to see. There's no reason not to do this. This isn't a political stunt. This is a real proposal to develop best practices and provide real supports. The UCP won't accept it. It will be clear that they don't actually care about Alberta workers who rely on our supply chain to make a living. It will be clear that this is all about politics for them and about saving their own jobs. I'm here today to try to save the jobs of Albertans. The government needs to get on board with this because there's no excuse not to.
The honourable member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am thrilled to rise today and tell the House about an extraordinary accomplishment in Lethbridge. For the first time since 2012, the Sir Winston Churchill High School girls basketball team made it all the way to the 3A provincial tournament in Red Deer, finishing in 3rd place. The Griffins showed championship spirit this entire season. These young women stepped up with a 13-6 record in the 3A Deep South Division. Mr. Speaker, we know that the pandemic created extremely challenging circumstances for everyone, but our students and young athletes were directly impacted with less practice time and the cancellation of games. These young women showed something I like to refer to as the Alberta spirit. I define the Alberta spirit of using our skills that we develop and learn over time, combined with the grit and passion to accomplish something great. Mr. Speaker, the Sir Winston Churchill Griffins and the coaching staff are prime examples of the Alberta spirit. They faced challenges both on and off the court, but they never wavered in their dedication to winning a championship and going to the provincials. I want to recognize the coaching staff, Omar Kadir, Aaron Becking, and Casey Bosch, and the parents and volunteers who helped put the games together. I also want to congratulate the athletes, Natea Blackwater, Rylan Bowes, Phoenix Clark, Abigail Crown, Tamara Joseph, Dawson Lashley, Brooklyn Lesko, Morgan McLaren, Jada Morrison, Olivia Needham, Jenna Nielsen, and Dee Dee Zadima. Teamwork, hard work, and a never-say-die attitude led them this far, and I believe it will serve them well in their future endeavors, whether it be athletic, academic, or whatever possibilities and opportunities they decide to pursue in their bright futures. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I feel confident when I say that all of us in Lethbridge are Griffins fans. Go, Griffins, go.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Decor has risen.
Yesterday, the Minister of Red Tape Reduction bragged on social media about how this government is handling the utility crisis. And for a moment, I thought she was joking. This government has done less than the bare minimum to address the cost of living crisis they've created. Ask the families who expected the natural gas rebate that the Premier promised, only to get a fake program. Ask the businesses who are seeing their bills climb in the thousands and are being told that $50 is all the help that they're going to get. They'd think this was a joke if it wasn't their livelihoods on the line. Albertans deserve better than this government. My constituents, all Albertans, are being hammered with the outrageous cost of living increases. These are real people with real stories dealing with real consequences of a government that simply does not care about what they are going through. Mr. Speaker, my entire life, I've never, ever seen a government so unwilling to step up and support Albertans during a crisis. I never seen a government so proud of doing nothing while families are slowly being costed out of basic necessities like heat and power. This government has tried constantly to shut down our calls to support these struggling Alberta families and businesses. So I have a message for the members opposite and the Associate Minister of Red Tape, who claim to be fiscal masterminds while Albertans pile on debt just to heat their houses. Helping people is not red tape. Supporting families during an affordability crisis is not a red tape burden. Doing the right thing for your constituents you claim to represent is not red tape. It's actually your job. We are in this chamber to listen and to address the concerns of Albertans, not come up with excuses to ignore them, as this government is so willing to do. That's why Albertans are looking for a change. And in 2023, they'll have an opportunity to vote out this self-centered government that does not care about making life easier for any of them.
Is 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, all Albertans are seeing their costs rising, while their paychecks stay the same. Last week, StatsCan reported that inflation will be even higher than predicted, 5.7%, the highest since 1991. This means that the Premier's billion-dollar tax on inflation, his bracket creep, will get even worse. Now, we reran the numbers, Mr. Speaker, and by 2025, families will be losing $500 every year. Why doesn't the Premier fix his bracket creep budget to put more money back in the pockets of Albertans?
The Honourable the Premier.
But, Mr. Speaker, this government is acting with much greater ambition than any in Canada to address the cost of living, particularly fuel inflation. That's why on April the 1st, we are eliminating Alberta's fuel tax. It's why we're providing a $150 rebate for electricity prices this winter. It's why we've capped gas taxes at $6.50 with a rebate if it exceeds that level. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the NDP is cheering on their ally Justin Trudeau to raise the carbon tax on April the 1st and then to triple it from $50 to $170 a tonne to drive hundreds of thousands of Albertans into energy poverty.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, $50 for power and a fake gas rebate is not a plan. It's a pittance. It's a disappointment. And let's talk about the gas tax. The Premier claims it will cost $1.3 billion, but that means that he expects WTI to stay above $90 all year long. And that's billions and billions of dollars of extra revenue. So the Premier's actually making the case for me. He doesn't need to keep taxing inflation. At this point, it appears he's doing it just for fun. Will the Premier give this House time to debate and change that plan?
The Honourable the Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP came in with their hidden agenda to impose the biggest tax hike in Alberta history, the job-killing carbon tax. In its first year, they were taking $1.3 billion of revenue. In one fell swoop, this government, to address cost of living issues, has eliminated the gas tax. If gas prices stay high, Mr. Speaker, that would be an annualized savings of $1.4 billion. How can the NDP possibly stand up here and talk about the cost of living when they want to increase it further by more than tripling the carbon tax?
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, and the Premier knows it, that particular program comes with a real rebate, unlike the false one in his budget. Now, while the Premier is taking $500 more from Alberta families, he's also giving many of them less in benefits. For Albertans on fixed incomes, it adds up fast. By 2025, in real terms, a senior couple will lose $750 per year, while Albertans living on AISH will lose nearly $3,000. Why doesn't the Premier take action today to fight the growing cost of living by re-indexing these important benefits?
The Honourable the Premier.
Another opportunity to talk about the NDP's phony fiscal policy, Mr. Speaker. They talk about indexing AISH, but they were elected in 2015, no indexation of AISH. 2016, no indexation of AISH. 2017, no indexation of AISH. 2019, no indexation of AISH, Mr. Speaker. They didn't do it, Mr. Speaker, until they were leaving office. What a phony fiscal policy from the same government that raised income taxes, raised business taxes, and imposed the job-killing carbon tax on Albertans.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Everything the Premier just said is absolutely wrong. Now, meanwhile, not only does he have more important priorities than getting the facts right, he also has more important priorities than the rising costs facing Albertans. Like, say, what they are instead is surviving his leadership review. Let's talk about who in this House is working for Albertans. Last week, we presented draft legislation to prevent utility shutoffs for Albertans who are struggling to pay their bills. The UCP, their staff are punching out at 4 o'clock so they can campaign for the boss. Why is the Premier more concerned with saving his own job than standing up for Albertans?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, she just denied the facts. I just looked it up, Mr. Speaker. Their so-called indexation of AISH started on January the 1st, 2019, after they had been in office for 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker. And now they're shedding crocodile tears about the cost of fuel when the NDP's desired outcome is to make fuel unaffordable. That's why they want to triple the carbon tax. Will she stand in her place this week to vote with us on a forthcoming motion calling on Justin Trudeau not to raise the carbon tax?
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, when we re-indexed retroactively to 2015 to your home. Now, last week, more recent history, what we did was we presented an Alberta Venture Fund that would allow Albertans to invest in themselves and their neighbours. It would exclusively support Alberta early-stage companies, startups, and scale-ups. Last week, what did they do? Well, at the end of the day, they took Friday off, the entire Premier's office staff to campaign for their boss. Why does the Premier have his staff working for him instead of Albertans?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it was such a priority for them to index age, they didn't get around to it until the dying days of their government. Once again, Mr. Speaker, why won't the NDP just fess up that their entire desired policy is to make gas more expensive, to make home heating more expensive, to make electricity more expensive, to make the transportation of goods and therefore food more expensive? Why won't they admit that is exactly why they want to get back into power, to cheer on Justin Trudeau in more than tripling the punishing carbon tax at the worst possible time?
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason right there why Albertans do not trust a word coming out of the mouth of that Premier. There could not be a clear difference in priorities between that side and this side. We put forward ideas to help people with their bills, to protect our mountains, to lower tuition, to grow our economy, to protect them from inflation. All these things would make life better. Meanwhile, the Premier's Chief of Staff is out campaigning. His Director of Communications is out campaigning. His staff clock out early so they can go campaigning for the Premier. Why does the Premier think Albertans deserve part-time government?
Yeah. The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when I go to Washington, D.C. to fight to lift the trucker vax mandate, to fight for Alberta fuel energy exports, what is the NDP leader doing? Campaigning for the NDP. When I go to Texas with the Minister of Energy to fight for North American energy security, what is the NDP leader doing? Campaigning for the NDP. She's right about the difference in priorities. This government eliminated the carbon tax, and that party wants to more than triple it because they want to punish people for filling up their gas tanks, heating their homes, and driving to work. Shame on the NDP.
The order. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Insidious, pernicious, those are the words this Premier used to describe de-indexation, which is one of the first acts of the CPC government was to introduce a new tax on inflation. That plan sucked more than $1 billion out of the pockets of hardworking Alberta taxpayers, even as they struggle to make ends meet. So today this House will vote on a motion calling on the government to end this insidious and pernicious policy. So, to the Premier, let me quote the Premier that he asked verbatim in the 1990s, when will this government stop this destructive tax on inflation, or are they going to continue to be known as the bracket creeps?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. The NDP created an economic and jobs crisis in this province, unlike any we've seen in our modern history. The NDP created a fiscal crisis that this government inherited, an $8 billion structural deficit. Thanks to difficult but necessary decisions made by this government, and yes, some modest sacrifices by Albertans, we now have brought order back to Alberta's finances.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West asked the question. I think it's reasonable for the House to hear the answer. The Honourable the Premier has 10 seconds remaining.
We have now brought Alberta's finances back under control with the first balanced budget tabled in 14 years, and that means we can further cut taxes as Alberta's economy takes off, leading Canada in growth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we just heard that $1 billion in new personal income taxes and $2,000 a year in real buying power for ACE recipients is just a modest sacrifice, according to this Premier. Now, that is what I call a pernicious and insidious policy agenda. So to this Premier, why did this government bring in such a regressive and repulsive plan that targets the most vulnerable in society?
The Honourable the Premier.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the most important social program is a job. Last year, 130,000 net new jobs were created in this province. And just this morning in Calgary, I was happy to announce 325 new permanent jobs being created by Walmart on top of 15,000 jobs created in Alberta already this year, Mr. Speaker. And you know why? Because this province is open for business. They raised business taxes, we cut business taxes. They raised fuel taxes, we cut fuel taxes. They created a huge deficit, and we balanced the budget.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Inflation's at a 30-year high. Albertans are feeling the pain, but trust in this premier and his popularity never so low. Now, under this government's pernicious and insidious tax on inflation, the average two-income family will lose $500 a year just because our taxes aren't rising with inflation. So, on top of skyrocketing utility costs, insurance costs, tuition fees, those continue to hit the family budget hard. This premier doesn't care. No wonder Albertans don't trust him. So, simple question: will the premier end his bracket creep?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, subtle as always coming from that member. Mr. Speaker, you know something? 40% of Albertans, thankfully, do not pay any provincial income tax. But for the 60% that do, they ended up having to pay more under the NDP when they increased income taxes. Now, you know what the balanced budgets offer us the opportunity. If the economy continues to grow, Mr. Speaker, you forgot to mention that.
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have terrible news for the NDP. If the economy continues to grow, we may be in a position, I don't know, no decisions made yet, but we may be in a position to reverse the NDP's income tax increases and let Albertans keep more of their own money.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud has the call.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud to stand with my colleagues in Red Deer this morning in support of Alberta families. Yep. We've seen the UCP's harmful policy decisions hammer household budgets. We know the devastating impact that this has on families and children, record high inflation, and UCP policy decisions that make matters much, much worse. Brown bagging for Calgary's kids say it's anticipating much greater need among students looking for a nutritious meal in the months ahead. Food bank use is already rising. Can the Premier tell this House why Alberta families and children have to literally pay for his bad choices?
Good question. The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I couldn't hear the question, but if the member is talking about children, for example, I can advise her that the budget for children's services, for the Department of Children's Services, has increased by 18% since 2018, Mr. Speaker, and particularly for children in care, has had a funding increase well above both inflation and population growth, because this government has prioritized the vulnerable while at the same time bringing overall government costs under control to balance the budget so that programs like that are sustainable in our long-term future.
The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
I think Albertans would appreciate if the Premier actually listened to the questions that they're asking rather than just spouting out answers without doing that. Mr. Speaker, this Premier hopes that Albertans will blame somebody else other than him for all the costs that they're now facing. Let me run down some of the figures for him. Because of the UCP's decisions, families will pay $500 more on their taxes alone. Due to de-indexation, a low-income senior will lose out on $750 per year. A vulnerable Albertan relying on AISH could be out $3,000 per year. Yep. And it gets worse from there. Wow. With this government, the cost of school fees has shot up, car insurance has gone up, the cost of tuition will more than double. I could go on. Will the Premier stand in this House for Alberta families?
The Honourable the Premier.
Again, there's so much there, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what to unpack from that waterfall of words, except this, that the NDP made life more expensive for parents with kids. The NDP made it more expensive for parents to drive their kids to hockey practice. The NDP made it more expensive to buy groceries for families with kids. The NDP made it more expensive to heat homes for families with kids. The NDP made everything more expensive with their carbon tax, but they're not satisfied with that. They want to more than triple the carbon tax on families with kids. We won't let them, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
Point of order is noted at 2:03. The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Yep. Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Premier, this morning our side of the House committed to real support for Albertans. Yep. We were joined by Red Deer resident Joanne Buehler. She was injured severely in a workplace accident 6 years ago and relies on AISH. But the huge increase to the cost of living and the UCP's decision to de-index AISH have forced her back to work while in excruciating pain. Even then, she can't make ends meet. Joanne said this morning, quote, "I feel like I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. Put simply, I need more help from my provincial government." Why won't this Premier stand in this House right now and actually help Albertans like Joanne?
Good question.
The Honourable the Premier.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, if she's asking about AISH, that benefit is 40% higher than the average of other provinces, $400 a month higher than in other provinces. And then in Alberta, our cost of living is substantially lower. For example, cost of housing than in those other provinces that provide less generous benefits in the same respect.
Honourable members, it's becoming increasingly difficult to hear the Premier. He has the right to the floor. The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we also have the most generous tax treatment for low-income families. 40% of Alberta families pay no income tax. We have the most generous social benefits broadly, Mr. Speaker, and we're delivering all of that in the context of a balanced budget and a growing economy.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Highwood is next.
At the worst time possible, a CP rail labour dispute has turned into a back-and-forth blaming game, with the company and union pointing fingers at each other for causing the strike and subsequent lockout. CP rail is an essential service. Albertan Canadians and our entire economy will suffer if CP trains continue to sit idle. So the pressure is on the federal government to find a solution. To the Minister of Transportation, what is the Alberta government doing to urge the federal government to immediately get the trains back on track?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation.
The CP rail labour unrest is deeply concerning and will have a major impact on the movement of goods in and out of Alberta. On the weekend, I sent a letter to the federal ministers of Transport and Labour with support from my government colleagues. We are calling on Ottawa to immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport as an essential service in hopes that any damage to our economy is minimal.
The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that we cannot allow our province's economic recovery to be interrupted by union politics, and given that we've already dealt with everything from supply chain disruptions, BC floods, illegal blockades, port congestion delays, and now the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to the Minister, can you update the House on the importance of Alberta rail transport and what the possible impact of this strike will be on our economy?
Order, order. The Honourable Minister of Transportation is the only one with the call.
Mr. Speaker, rail transport is critically important infrastructure that supports Alberta's economic recovery. Many industries rely on CP rail cars to ship their goods to market, including oil, petrochemicals, plastics, and wood. Agricultural products, machinery parts, iron, and steel are also imported by rail. Mr. Speaker, this work stoppage is undermining Alberta and Canada's economic competitiveness. I fear that the impacts will be devastating.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given that Alberta farmers and producers should be focused on getting ready for spring seeding, and given that, unfortunately, many of them are fearful of what may happen, since farming heavily relies on CP rail for essentials like fertilizer and feed shipments, to the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development, what impact can we expect this labour dispute to have on agriculture?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Transportation clearly outlined, this is impacting many sectors and industries across the province. It's having a profound potential impact on the ag sector. Central southern Alberta rely on CP rail for movement of goods both in and out in a very severe way. For example, our cattle feeding industry right now is heavily reliant on U.S. corn. After the drought, the bins are empty. There isn't an alternative right now in the south. We're doing everything we can to make sure it's addressed.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the response of so many Albertans who stood up to support their friends, neighbors, and even strangers during the COVID-19 pandemic, a crisis that sadly took the lives of over 4,000 Albertans. Their compassion, however, contrasts with the Premier's indifference when asked this weekend if he took any responsibility for his catastrophic response during the fourth wave. He said, and I quote, "I don't feel responsibility for the fact that COVID has been circulating around the world," end quote. So today, would the Premier perhaps like to try again? Show some sign of actual compassion and humility, or does he really believe he has no responsibility for his failure?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government has reacted throughout the entire pandemic to be able to put measures in place to be able to protect Albertans to the greatest extent possible. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about that before in this House that we didn't get it perfectly right. We moved to the endemic phase too early and during the summer. But Mr. Speaker, we reacted. We put measures in place during the fourth wave, and then we saw the numbers coming down. And Mr. Speaker, we reacted again for dealing with the fifth wave, and we're seeing the numbers coming down. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased we're moving to the endemic phase. We're continuing to protect Albertans and provide services.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, given that during the fourth wave, the Premier and this minister and all the other members of the government vanished, refused to communicate with Albertans, as case numbers rose, our ICUs filled beyond capacity and hundreds lost their lives, and given that even the member for Calgary Fish Creek was apologetic to Albertans, admitting that Alberta lacked leadership from this government, and given that when given the same opportunity to make an admission on this radio show, the Premier chose an indifferent response, deflecting any responsibility for his catastrophic failure. Why doesn't the Premier have the same respect for Albertans that some of his members do? Will he take this chance to apologize?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has reacted to the pandemic. We moved quickly in September to be able to put in measures. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of our healthcare professionals for stepping up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were able during the fourth wave to significantly increase our ICU capacity, and we met the demands, not having to send anyone out of province, Mr. Speaker. And again, during the fifth wave, when non-ICU was being hit hard, our AHS responded, and all of our frontline healthcare workers, I want to thank them for the tremendous work they're doing. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased we're now moving into the endemic phase.
The Honourable Member.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that those very healthcare workers were pushed to their limits because of the lack of leadership from that minister and this government, and given there are Albertans who lost family members or friends due to COVID, given there are countless others suffering from long COVID, and given there are tens of thousands whose life-saving surgeries were cancelled and postponed, many who still haven't gotten the care they need, is this Premier, this minister, really going to stand in this House for a third time and refuse to apologize to Albertans for their marked failure, the worst pandemic response in Canada?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to all Albertans who have been impacted by COVID, or got COVID, long COVID, who had their surgeries postponed, Mr. Speaker. But our government is focused on responding to COVID and the pandemic. We are focused on building capacity within our healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, I'm personally focused on ensuring that we can get caught up on surgeries. So, Mr. Speaker, Albertans deserve the best healthcare in the world. And Mr. Speaker, we are investing to be able to deliver that.
Member for Edmonton Riverview.
1,758 Albertans died due to drug poisoning in 2021. It's the deadliest year on record. On average, 5 Albertans were taken from their family and their community every single day. Each one of those deaths was preventable. But instead of working to keep people safe, the UCP has reduced access to life-saving health care for Albertans who use substances. Will the Associate Minister for Mental Health and Addictions take responsibility for the appalling loss of life that is happening under his watch?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, each life lost to addiction is one too many. My heart goes out to all families who have lost loved ones or have been impacted by this disease. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows across the way, our government is taking this seriously. We are investing in additional resources for mental health. We're making significant investment over the last 2 years, $140 million, Mr. Speaker. Over this year, in this budget 2022, we are investing an additional $20 million, over 8,000 new annual spaces, the removal of user fees, the expansion of virtual opioid dependency program that allows any Albertan anywhere in the province to get the same-day access to medication-based treatment.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given we all know people with substance use may continue to use before they're ready or willing to enter treatment, and given that relapse is an extremely common occurrence to people who use substances, and given there are numerous healthcare interventions that are proven to keep people alive until they are ready to go for treatment, why is the government intent on making substance use a death sentence for so many by denying them these life-saving services?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on addressing this opioid crisis. I've already indicated we've already invested $140 million over the last 2 years. We're investing another $20 million this year. We are focused on, we are increasing access to treatment while removing barriers such as user fees. Mr. Speaker, Alberta is the first province to completely eliminate user fees for all funded treatment spaces. Addiction costs all families, and we are focusing on supporting Albertans to be able to recover from this terrible disease.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the number of lives lost in the drug poisoning crisis has more than doubled since 2019, and given that the crisis in Alberta is getting worse, and each of the last 4 months we have data for has set a new record for the loss of life, I ask the Associate Minister again, will he stop his self-congratulatory talking points, confront the sheer number of Albertans who have died on his watch, and admit his approach is a catastrophic failure?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our $53 million COVID mental action plan is actually helping to address people who have been impacted this. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that the opioid crisis has been made worse due to COVID, and that's why we're investing, and we continue to invest additional dollars to support the mental health of Albertans, $140 million over the last 2 years, an additional $20 million, and we are actually putting in a range of supports to be able to support Albertans throughout their entire process to try to deal with this serious issue and help Albertans recover.
The Honourable Member for Central, Peace, Notley.
Influence peddling is a criminal code violation. I published my letter to the RCMP to make it clear the activities of the Premier's office in advance of the UCP's fall AGM warranted investigation. The Premier's office didn't get the memo. Leaks this weekend make it clear Secure Energy, who is allegedly seeking $1 billion in government favour, is pressuring their employees to come out for the Premier at the SGM. There is a line between communicating with government officials as permitted by the Lobbying Act versus selling influence by government officials prohibited by the Criminal Code. To the Premier, is influence peddling becoming government policy?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't sure that it's government policy that somebody is taking a position in a public electoral process. Mr. Speaker, there's no surprise there. There's a public electoral process. Some people are on one side, some are on the other, some won't participate. Mr. Speaker, the members treating this like news, people taking a position in an electoral contest. It's interesting. It's important. I'm not sure it's shocking.
The Honourable the Member for Central Peace, Notley.
Given that I hope the RCMP will find the facts, because it might be tough to find it here, and given this weekend a spreadsheet was exposed by journalist Janet French tracking senior staff's weekday volunteer commitments to the Premier's leadership review, and given this spreadsheet is owned by an employee of the lobbying firm Wellington Advocacy, and given this lobbying firm boasts of close connections to the Premier's office, and given it appears the spreadsheet being used to track how committed senior ministry staff are to the Premier's success in the leadership review was filled out during government office hours to the Premier. Is it government policy for lobbyists to run this province or just current practice?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you would agree with me if I was to remind the member that what the question wasn't about government policy as it's required to be. But, Mr. Speaker, no one should be surprised that in a political contest that people take a position. Some for, some against, some are indifferent, some will stay home. Mr. Speaker, now the honourable member really thinks that something is wrong. He should call the RCMP. He's mentioned them twice. Then, Mr. Speaker, it's not government policy. Mr. Speaker, there's a political contest and people are participating.
The Honourable the Member for Central Peace, Notley.
Given that I can't seem to get a straight answer today, I'll try one more time. Given the only pipeline this government is focused on is the pipeline between jobs in the Premier's office and jobs at the Premier's favoured lobbying firms. And Albertans are left wondering who runs this government, the Premier or his favoured lobbyists. And given the huge number of staff taking leave from the ministries, as made evident by the lobbyist-owned spreadsheet, all to save the Premier's failed job to the Premier, is focusing this government's energy on the leadership review, government policy, or just current practice?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to set the record straight. This government is solely focused on jobs for the benefit of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. We look back in the last year, there have been over 130,000 jobs created. Mr. Speaker, we have thousands more jobs available for Albertans today than we did pre-COVID. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing billions of dollars of investment come into this province, creating opportunities for Alberta entrepreneurs, opportunities for Albertans needing a job, expanding our fiscal capacity, leading to a balanced budget.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora has a question.
Alberta had a reputation as one of the best public education systems in the world. But this UCP government is determined to sabotage public education in Alberta by refusing to fund desperately needed schools in Edmonton and Calgary. When we were in government, we didn't ignore the fastest growing districts in the province. We built and modernized about 60 schools a year. This year, under the UCP, only 11. Will the Education Minister tell Albertans why her government is ignoring families in Edmonton and Calgary? There's students in South Edmonton, some are sitting in the gallery, who desperately need a high school on the south side. Why won't you fund it, Minister?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer that question. I had a very good meeting with the board chair and the superintendent of Edmonton Public School Division, reinforced the gated process that the Auditor General themselves approved. It's a 10-step process, and when those school authorities put those priorities at the top of the list, they rise higher. We get over just about 400 requests a year for new schools and major modernizations, Mr. Speaker, and Edmonton Public now understands how they go through that proper list. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Given that the minister is taking no responsibility for her failure to meet the needs of Calgary and Edmonton families, and given that the heartless UCP government displayed its disrespect for disabled children when they cut PUF funding, and given that the government's no-help budget with record revenues ignores the needs of these children and refuses to reverse the cruel cuts brought in under the UCP, will the Minister of Education explain to the parents of 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds who have disabilities why she continues to cut funding for kids when they rightfully need it?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to draw to your attention that Edmonton Public Schools has actually 6 new projects on the go right now to address concerns. They have actually so many more spaces than actual students, and I'm really confident that having had that meeting with them last week, that they are actually going to reprioritize their list and make sure that growing areas are at the top of their list, Mr. Speaker. In terms of PUF funding, we have addressed PUF funding. We have modified that program. We've tiered it, and in fact, we added a new code, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Given that when we were in government, there were 1,000 more teachers in Alberta schools than there are today, and given that the UCP's mission to sabotage public education has 1/3 of Alberta teachers planning on either leaving the province or the profession, and given that this government's lack of respect for teachers and the work that they do has clearly reflected in the wide rejection of the curriculum that the UCP is trying to force on Alberta schools, will the minister admit that the biggest problem facing education is the UCP government, because it's clear you can't trust the UCP with public education?
The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a reason that the voters of Alberta fired the members opposite, and it's because they knew we needed responsible government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have 160 more teachers staff next year in the classroom, as per the statistic. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why it's so difficult that they can't actually look up the numbers. They're online, they're there, they can look at them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they would have me go against an Auditor General's request and advice in terms of putting forward capital, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order. The only one with the call is the Honourable, the member for Edmonton Meadows.
Mr. Speaker, last month callers phoned in jammed lines during a radio talk show I was on about the rising cost of utilities in Alberta. Caller told me that after calling for help, a service provider told him that perhaps instead of using heat, he could wear a hoodie. This government's policy have made cost unaffordable, and their fake rebate is not helping Albertans under stress. Will the Associate Minister stop bragging about doing nothing and commit to helping my constituents and who are being told their only solution is to turn their heat off and put on
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 4 years of NDP malaise on the electricity system, all Albertans are paying more for their electricity. Now, the historical revisionists on the other side of the House would have us believe that they're not to blame. But, Mr. Speaker, those are the members that got rid of the cheapest form of electricity, spent $7.5 billion on transmission at a time when we could barely afford it. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing immediate relief to Albertans at a time when they need it, while we look for longer-term solutions to get rid of the NDP hangover.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Given that this government is to blame for this affordability crisis, and given that last week the Associate Minister blocked debate on a motion to ensure that people suffering from these high utility prices did not have their power cut off, and given that an Albertan was told to wear a hoodie instead of using a heat, stated that his bills were so high that he couldn't pay and even his credit cards were full. Why is this government okay with the constituents and so many other Albertans drowning in credit card debt while they sit on their hands and doing nothing?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP experience on the electricity grid is littered with unintended consequences. So they got rid of the cheapest form of electricity and the prices went up. They brought their ideological agenda to the balancing pool.
The Associate Minister.
They brought their ideological agenda to the balancing pool and prices went up. Mr. Speaker, they implemented the carbon tax and prices went up on everything. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is just one more example of unintended consequences, because the energy critic, who, by the way, doesn't understand the price of electricity, actually would raise the price.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Given that this government's so-called relief is a sham and that won't help anyone, and given that they are refusing to act during this crisis of which is harming the physical, mental, and financial health of the people they are pretending to represent, and given that no one in this province should be in a situation where they can't afford to heat their homes, will the Associate Minister commit to sitting down with my constituents, listening to their concerns, and then taking emergency actions to prevent utility shutoffs and provide real rebates to help with skyrocketing costs?
The Honourable the Associate Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it's a case of unintended consequences by a caucus that doesn't even know what the price of electricity is in this province. If we would have accepted the NDP solution, Mr. Speaker, all that bad debt would get put back into rate and they would raise the price of electricity for every single ratepayer in this province. Now, my question is, Mr. Speaker, why would we come out with a government solution when industry has already resolved the issue? Industry has told me that they will work with any ratepayer, Mr. Speaker, that works with them. They will come out with flexible payment plans for all ratepayers.
The order. The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors have contributed so much to our society and economy throughout the decades. They deserve a restful and fulfilling retirement, but with rising costs caused by inflation and other pressures, this is becoming more difficult. We have incredible seniors housing in my riding with the Meridian Foundation, St. Michael's, Copper Sky, and others. Despite this, more spaces are needed and long overdue. To the Minister of Seniors and Housing, what are you doing to support future housing initiatives and funding in Spruce Grove and Stony Plain?
Order. The Honourable the Minister for Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member of the questions. Budget 2022, we committed $180 million over 3 years to fund the various projects across the province. Our committee's lead assessments will identify the communities as individual needs for developed the seniors affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his advocacy, and I look forward to working with him to bring the necessary housing for seniors.
The Honourable the Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Meridian Foundation is actively looking for a new location to build a larger facility, and given that St. Michael's is also planning to expand their facility to address this growing need, and given that my riding is identified as a high priority area for seniors housing with demands only increasing, and given that population growth in Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, Parkland County remains high and additional units will be needed in the future, can the same minister please let us know what is being done to encourage more nonprofits to invest in seniors housing?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the member for wonderful questions. The stronger foundation strategy depends significantly on the partnership with the major organizations, like nonprofit organizations. Mr. Speakers, we are working on a comprehensive partnerships framework that will attract more partners by enabling innovative funding and delivery models. Mr. Speakers, we will increase the supplies of affordable housing, and this 10 years framework will achieve that target. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for answer. Given that many seniors in my riding are dealing with mental health and social struggles, and given that many require assistance when it comes to accessing mental health supports and programs, and given that we want to provide support for our seniors who have called this area home for many years, if not decades, to the Minister of Health, can you please let my constituents know what programs and services they can access if they require additional assistance?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Question. Mr. Speaker, we are always striving to improve access to resources to help seniors improve their mental wellness in the community. One of the initiatives that our government is working on and being led by my colleague, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, is a province-wide home-based support program for seniors that will deliver a range of mental health supports to seniors when and where they need them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just one of the initiatives we're moving forward with to improve access to care for seniors in Alberta. We are investing in mental health of Albertans, $140 million over the last 2 years, another $20 million this year, for all Albertans, including seniors.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo is next.
For over a year, there has been chaos caused by illegal protests in Calgary's Beltline. Every Saturday, protesters have disrupted the lives of residents and businesses in the area, and in the past few weeks, the protests have grown in intensity. It's gotten so bad that Calgarians were afraid to leave their house out of fear of being verbally harassed by so-called freedom protesters, and yet this UCP government has said and done nothing. The former and current Justice Ministers are silent. The local MLA to the south of 17th Avenue, who is a minister, is silent. Why is this government nowhere to be seen and heard from when Calgarians and businesses
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Honourable Member knows, that the Calgary Police Service, like all police services in Alberta, makes operational decisions about deployment and about enforcement tactics, and they make those decisions independently of governments. And they are responsible and are accountable to the Calgary Police Commission in Calgary. And I encourage the member to speak to who, in turn, are accountable to the Calgary City Council. So I encourage the member to speak to the Calgary Police Commission and Calgary City Council.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Given that this government has gone into hiding, refused to take a stand or offer support to the Beltline protests, just like they did with the illegal Coots blockade, and given that, just like Coots, the Beltline protests have hurt the local economy, many businesses in the Beltline have reported being 50% down in their revenues on that day. And given that, just like Coots, this government has done nothing to help impacted businesses, once again, they point the fingers instead of lifting a finger. Why will this government provide support to the city, to businesses, and to residents impacted by these protests?
Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, none of that is true at all, and we trust our law enforcement agencies throughout the province to exercise their authority lawfully and to take action when they have evidence and reasonable grounds to do so. And we trust them to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. We know that they can do that, and I understand from previous questions as well as today that the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, has advocated for imprudent actions to politically intervene at the Coots border crossing instead of the prudent support and the deference to our law enforcement that the acting minister provided to our law enforcement agencies at that time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Given that this government has done nothing to support the residents and businesses in the Beltline, and given that members of their caucus likely support the protesters who are disrupting the lives of Calgarians and hurting local businesses. After all, they had members join the illegal Coots blockade with zero repercussions. And given that this government has been silent about these protests, if they won't stand up and help those who are impacted, will they at least stand up and denounce these protests? Yeah. Or does the Premier need the people involved in these illegal acts to vote for him in his leadership review?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as Premier has said himself, everybody in Alberta has the right to participate in a democratic and peaceful protest, and we are respectful of that. And as Premier has said, Mr. Speaker, that when somebody is doing that illegally, though, then that's a concern. And I understand that arrests were made this past weekend and that this matter is a priority for the police service in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage them to continue to do their work.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert is next.
Yesterday was La Journée Internationale de la Francophonie. With that in mind, all of my questions today relate to our charter responsibilities as clarified by a recent Supreme Court decision on the right to a Francophone education. There are students in the Edmonton catchment area who have to travel 2.5 hours per day to their designated French public school, which is overcrowded. The UCP capital plan failed to address this significant need, and as a result, families are forced to make decisions that force assimilation. Is that the plan?
Good question.
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2019, our government has invested in 6 new capital school projects for the Francophone school authorities right across this province. We continue to recognize the need for a new school project across Alberta, and the projects that were not approved for funding in Budget 2022 will be considered again and in subsequent years. We get roughly 400 asks a year, and we can only do so many with the dollars that we have.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that what Francophone families needs are schools, but the only thing this UCP government has announced for Gabriel Roy and Michel Jean's students is a delayed plan for a plan. Yep. Given that the Premier left these families who have a charter right to equal access to education in minority language to fight in court instead of sit in a classroom, Monsieur le Président, est-ce que le gouvernement pense que c'est normal de non financier que les plans et non les écoles? Les étudiants et les familles ont besoin des écoles dans leur communauté, pas 2 heures chez eux. Explique ça, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonne question.
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We take our Section 23 obligations very, very seriously. Last year, I announced 3 new schools across Alberta for Francophone communities, 6 in total since 2019, 20 in the last decade, Mr. Speaker. We always take this very seriously, and we will make sure that those students have good new spaces to learn in. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Given the funding formula for education in Alberta is broken, the Conseil Scolaire Centre-Nord is growing and opening new programs, but because the UCP insists on using weighted moving averages, they're projecting $1 million deficit. C'est pas durable, Monsieur le Président. Cette formule ne marche pas pour les écoles francophones. Given it is starting to look like the true goal of the UCP government is to force assimilation on Francophone families, please explain how this disastrous education budget does anything but force assimilation.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is just absurd. I've never heard anything so absurd in my whole entire life. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have added an additional $700 million over 3 years to increase funding for education.
Order. You had your opportunity to ask a question. If you want another opportunity, perhaps that will come later. But for now, the Minister of Education has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $700 million over 3 years to add to all of education right across the province. Mr. Speaker, we were the ones that introduced the Choice in Education Act so that parents can choose the type of education they want for their children, including Francophone education, the fastest growing Francophone community in all of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the tool identified in the Allen inquiry involves activist groups litigating organizations to tie up their assets. This tactic is called lawfare. The Minister of Energy knows all too well how lawfare works, facing it a multitude of times when fighting for the Gateway Pipeline. A pipeline, Mr. Speaker, that, if operational today, would help displace Russian oil that is currently being used to fund Putin's war on Ukraine. To the Minister of Energy, Are we seeing lawfare play out against the energy sector in an effort to distract companies from their core business by tying up their assets?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what these types of activist campaigns have done is to make it difficult to grow energy production here, and it made it almost impossible to build infrastructure to get our resources to market. Their goal is to lock our resources in the ground, which allows places like Russia to get more out of the ground there. Energy resources account for approximately 43% of the Russians' economy, and it's being used to fund their war. While places like Canada have been unfairly targeted by environmental activism, does anybody think even for 1 minute that state-owned companies like Russian companies like Gazprom and Rosneft...
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given lawfare has become commonplace amongst activists, and given these frivolous anti-Alberta pursuits will continue from far-left organizations like Greenpeace and Extinction Rebellion, and given this damages the livelihoods of hard-working Alberta families and entrepreneurs, to the Minister of Energy, is there any regulation or legislation that your department could consider to discourage activists and support companies who find themselves a victim of this tactic?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you. And as I was noting before, does anybody here think for even 1 minute that Russian state-owned companies like Rosneft and Gazprom have to contend for a single minute with the type of environmental litigation, fossil fuel divestment, clogged regulatory processes, and environmental activism that we contend with here? Mr. Speaker, we sit on top of the third largest reserves of oil in the world, 166 billion barrels, and it accounts for 25% of the free world non-state controlled production. This is a large part of why Alberta is targeted. So yes, we are taking steps to counter these activist campaigns.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you again, Minister. Given Albertans are tired of ideological groups like Extinction Rebellion trying to destroy our resource sectors, and given this government is committed to the fight against nefarious activists and their shameful attacks, such as what took place at the Coastal GasLink pipeline, and given last October in this House, the Minister and I discussed the possibility of forming a special committee to subpoena and question those named in the Allen report. To the Minister, will you commit today to an investigative committee of the Legislature to continue the work that Steve Allen began?
Good question. The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we now know is that what happens when we can't get our resources to market, it means that other jurisdictions like Russia are able to leverage this dysfunction in Canada. Every barrel of oil left in the ground here is taken out of the ground in some place like Russia, and I can hear the NDP cheering on Russian energy production right now, and that's shameful because that's not only a transfer of production to places like Russia, it's a transfer of wealth, and it's a transfer of GHG emissions. So, Mr. Speaker, we will always continue ways to fight this, and yes, there is merit in another...
Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period in 30 seconds or less. We will return to the remainder of the daily routine.
I'm sorry.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to highlight an amazing event that took place in my constituency last week. Yes. Last Friday, the Marlborough Community Association held a Métis jig dance session. That's right. This session was put on by the Métis community leaders looking to highlight and share the beautiful and rich culture of Métis people in Alberta with their neighbours. Métis jigging originated in Red River, Manitoba, where the influence of Indigenous, Scottish, and French-Canadian cultures helped shape this festive dance, which is done at nearly all Métis events. Jigging is a key cultural pillar within the Métis community, and I was both honored and excited to see this traditional dance being celebrated within my constituency of Calgary Cross. Mr. Speaker, this event not only showcased Métis culture, but was also meant to draw attention to the serious and tragic discovery of increasing numbers of unmarked graves of residential school victims. It is important to recognize the atrocities of the past so that we can learn and we can heal together as a community. Mr. Speaker, the residential school system continues to be one of the blackest marks in Canadian history, and its impacts are still obvious to this day. I would like to thank the Marlborough Community Association for helping organize this event. It is key for community associations to ensure that various cultures have the space and the resources to celebrate and engage with the community at large. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues in this House and all Albertans to learn about Métis culture, as it is a rich and vibrant one and should be celebrated every day, not only in my constituency, but across Alberta. Thank you.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of a bill that to be introduced, which I will sponsor, that being Bill 204, the Anti-Racism Act. Thank you.
Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The member for Central Peace Notley has a tabling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 tablings to do. The first tabling is the article from Janet French expressing the pressure put on government staff to take leave to save the Premier. Voluntold spreadsheet for the leadership review owned by Wellington employee with proof it was filled out during office hours. Number 3, a list of lobby firm Wellington advocacy employees, including Brittany Baltimore, owner of the spreadsheet used by staff. And number 4, the post exposing Secure Energy, putting pressure on staff to attend the SGM to support the Premier. Thank you very much.
Are there other tablings? Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, that brings us to points of order, and the point of order of 203 has been withdrawn. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Motion other than government motion 503, Ms. Phillips.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West. Point of order is called by the Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I call this point of order because I was so looking forward to debate the point of order that was called earlier and it was withdrawn. I think that's unparliamentary and I was quite disappointed that I didn't have that opportunity. I had excellent arguments prepared and I would appreciate you ruling on this, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The Deputy Government House Leader.
Got to give credit where credit is due, Mr. Speaker. That was a smooth move, but I don't find this a point of order, and I'd like to move on to the daily routine, and very anxious to hear the member from Lethbridge West speech on motion 503. You're lucky.
I think I've provided lots of commentary around extending debate through the use of points of order. I think that's a very clear example of what ought not to be done. It's not a point of order. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. The Honourable the member for Lethbridge West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to join the House from some long driving this morning. And I am here to propose the following motion. That the Legislative Assembly acknowledge that the government's decision to stop indexing the provincial personal income tax system to account for inflation may result in Albertans collectively paying more than $1 billion over the course of the government's fiscal plan between 2019 and 2025 than they would have paid if this decision had not been made. The motion goes on, Mr. Speaker, to call for the government to re-index the seniors benefit and the assured income for the severely handicapped program, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that those benefits account for inflation, Mr. Speaker, and re-establish those benefits' ability to keep pace with the cost of living increases and reestablishing, Mr. Speaker, their purchasing power with those benefits. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we proposed this motion because, indeed, the cost of living is the #1 issue on Albertans' minds right now. The #1 issue on Albertans' minds is not the internal palace intrigue of the UCP leadership. The #1 issue on people's minds is not whether the leadership is going to be moved from the Cambridge Hotel to the Westerner or not in-person voting. People are worried about their bills, Mr. Speaker. People were significantly challenged by their January and February electricity and natural gas bills, Mr. Speaker, because they came on top. There were significant increases, particularly on the electricity side, given that the pool price has spiked considerably for people after the removal of the cap, Mr. Speaker, but also because they came on top of a number of other challenges to people's cost of living. Now, there is no question anyone who has darkened the door of a grocery store recently has seen that the price of everything has gone up. And there's no question that we are seeing these inflationary pressures across the industrialized world and pretty much everywhere as the world exits from the pandemic and supply chain challenges, particularly in auto parts and other raw materials are experienced everywhere. However, the fact of the matter is that for every single spot where this government could use the levers of public policy to make life more affordable for Albertans, they have chosen not to do so and, in fact, done the opposite. And so there are a significant number of things that they could do to make life more affordable for people. The fact that they haven't, I think, speaks volumes about why Albertans do not trust this government to be able to look out for them. They do not trust them to put people first. They certainly cannot trust them to rebuild the healthcare system after the pandemic, and they do not trust them on the cost of living increases either. Now, one of the first acts of this government after the 2019 election was to de-index our income tax system and benefits from inflation. So that means that every year people are paying more income tax and seeing their benefits reduced. The UCP is taxing inflation, plain and simple. Now, this has been described in the House of Commons throughout the 1990s as bracket creep, a pernicious and insidious tax grab. Those are quotes. And they are quotes from the Premier. Who in the 1990s objected strenuously to this tax increase, but now it was one of the first things he did in his first budget was to de-index those brackets. And with inflation hitting a 30-year high, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are seeing their hard-earned income not going as far as it used to as people struggle to make ends meet. It is not just electricity bills and natural gas heating bills that have spiked through January and February. Albertans are also seeing a number of changes as a result of the rise in cost of insurance, because this government chose to listen to lobbyists rather than ordinary people trying to pay the bills. And people's insurance has gone up for their vehicles by about 20 and 30%. Clean driving record, no changes there. And yet their policies are going up considerably. People are also getting larger bills for school fees for the simple act of sending their children into the public school system. Student loan interest and tuition is also going up. But the destructive impact of inflation on the tax system and benefits cannot go unremarked, and that is why it is important for this legislature to signal to the people of Alberta that they either care and are going to reverse this considerable challenge to our cost of living, or they are going to continue to thumb their noses at Albertans' #1 priority and indeed continue to tax inflation and effectively ensure that more and more of our income goes towards personal income taxes because of the sneaky, pernicious, and insidious bracket creep that this government has brought in. Now, what does that mean actually for people? Well, the basic personal exemption in 2019 was $19,369. That's the amount of money that we don't pay taxes on, and then we pay taxes in brackets according to our income, certain percentages after that. Now, the basic personal exemption in 2025 under the UCP government is $19,369. So that's what you get in terms of your non-taxable income, $19,000. Same in 2025 as 2019. Now, if
that amount was indexed to inflation, it would be $22,219 of tax-free income. So you are paying taxes. Every single one of us, regardless of how much money we make, is paying taxes on more money than we would have otherwise. We are paying taxes on $3,000 more a year in income. So, you know, it's complicated. And that's why this government did it, because they expect that people won't notice. But here's the thing. No one trusts this government to stand up for their cost of living. So it does not come as any surprise to any ordinary Albertan when they say, when there's a sneaky and complicated way that this government has also put their hand in people's pockets. No one doubts that this is the case. I've just spent about 8 or 9 hours on the doorstep over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, and I can reliably report to this chamber that people are very, very worried about their rising cost of living. They are very, very worried in the hours of canvassing I did on Saturday and Sunday afternoons about how they are going to make ends meet after those massive bills that they received for January and February's utilities, after the increases in insurance, after the increases in school fees and tuition and so on, and layer on top of that, Mr. Speaker, the fact that it does not matter on the left, on the right, in the exhausted middle. No one trusts this government to do the right thing. People are exhausted with the chaos, with the uncaring, with the disconnection, with the idea that they would just focus, this government would just focus on themselves and their own problems, to the detriment of leading this province for a post-COVID recovery, towards economic diversification, towards rebuilding our healthcare system after the massive challenges, after ensuring and chipping away at a public education system, and chipping away at the respect for our public sector workers over the last 2 years. So no one actually expects this government to reverse some of these decisions that they have made, particularly around re-indexing the personal income tax system. But the government should. If they understood what was actually happening out there, they would take this action as a good faith indication that they're thinking about someone other than themselves. Now, that they can start that by passing this motion, Mr. Speaker, and it will be instructive, to coin a phrase, it'll be instructive when and if this government does not support this motion. They should. It should be obvious that we're putting money back in people's pockets. It should be obvious that we are not scooping thousands of dollars a year out of AISH incomes. That should be a very clear public policy position of this government, particularly after the UCP caucus supported the 2018 legislation that actually indexed these benefits in retroactive fashion, just to provide a little fact check footnote on what happened in question period today, Mr. Speaker. But it should be obvious to just go back and do what the stated intent was, and actually do something for a change that is on the level in this chamber, and that actually helps people for a change. Could do that by supporting this motion, and it'll be really interesting to see if the government actually takes this as a priority. There is no question that people have suffered a lot over the last couple of years. There is no question that people have seen the chaos in pandemic response, the chaos that's been created in the education system in particular. That was a considerable, and there's no question that people want to see action. This government can take that action today.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member who caught my eye is the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in opposition of Motion 503. Mr. Speaker, I think what Albertans need to understand is our government inherited a fiscal train wreck. Mr. Speaker, had we not taken action on a whole number of fronts, we would have robbed subsequent generations of the prosperity that we enjoy today. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to digress just a little bit. I want to talk a bit about what we inherited. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a government that was spending $10 billion more per year than comparable or similar governments on a per capita basis. And Mr. Speaker, that trajectory was going up by 4% per year. Mr. Speaker, had we continued on that trajectory, we would not be projecting a $500 million surplus, but we would be projecting a $6 billion deficit. Mr. Speaker, and let me tell you why that matters. This matters to the next generation of Albertans. This matters to our children and our grandchildren, Mr. Speaker. We simply cannot place irresponsible fiscal decisions today and burden the next generation with the results of those decisions. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we as a government had to take some serious action. And Mr. Speaker, as we considered in Treasury Board in 2019, our approach to a 4-year fiscal plan that would bring responsibility back to the province's finances, Mr. Speaker, we were guided by this principle that Alberta can no longer afford to be an outlier because we had been a high-spending province brought on by high revenues in the past. But, Mr. Speaker, decisions taken during those years of surplus revenues resulted in the province's finances being wholly unsustainable going forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we considered the principle of ensuring that we were no longer an outlier, ensuring that we could live within our means, we made a series of decisions. And, Mr. Speaker, one thing I can say is that while personal income tax exemption is de-indexed at this point in time, Albertans will not pay any more personal income tax this year than they would have last year. I need to set the record straight. We have not raised taxes, Mr. Speaker. And another important fact, Mr. Speaker, is that Alberta has by far and away the largest personal exemption with respect to our personal tax system. Alberta's exemption is $19,369. Meaning 40% of Albertans pay no income tax at all. So, Mr. Speaker, when we were considering our options that first year in 2019, we chose not to reduce that personal exemption. We chose to maintain it even though we were an outlier, ensuring that low-income Albertans would continue to not pay any tax at all. Mr. Speaker, the next closest province with respect to their personal exemption is Saskatchewan, and they're over $3,000 lower than Alberta. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk a little bit about affordability, because it's very important that this House, all members of this House and all Albertans know some of the background, some of the systemic issues that are creating very high utility costs. Mr. Speaker, utility costs are going up and have been going up. And, Mr. Speaker, while we hear from the members opposite their concern about affordability, I would suggest the most significant reasons for increased utility costs, electricity costs today, is bad policy when the members opposite were in government. Mr. Speaker, they overbuilt our distribution system, our transmission system, to the tune of $8 billion. Who pays for that? Consumers today. Mr. Speaker, they hastily moved from coal to gas, a transition that we were going to make, but they did it hastily. Who pays, Mr. Speaker? Alberta consumers, Alberta households, Alberta seniors. Mr. Speaker, that move, that irresponsible move, cost Alberta consumers $1.4 billion. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, they added a carbon tax that increased electricity charges, increased utility costs, increased food costs, the cost to heat their homes, the cost to drive their cars. Who did that, Mr. Speaker? The members opposite. Mr. Speaker, ultimately, we've been focused on ensuring that Albertans have more opportunities. We've been focusing on the economy, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that we have a very competitive business environment, an environment that will result in increased investment attraction, increased job opportunities, and, Mr. Speaker, that is happening today. That is happening today. Tens of thousands of Albertans have been able to find a good job. Tens of thousands of Albertans, Mr. Speaker, who were underemployed are able to find a new job in perhaps an occupation that didn't even exist 10 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, all the while we're focused on affordability, and that's why April 1st, as energy prices are high, we will be eliminating our fuel tax. That's 13 cents a litre on every litre of gasoline and diesel fuel purchased by Albertans, purchased by Alberta businesses. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced the best thing governments can do during times of inflation is spend responsibly, borrow less, and tax less, and we're following through with that measure. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say that in 2019, when we paused indexing, we were clear and explicit. When we improved our fiscal house, Mr. Speaker, when we ensure that responsible decisions have led to a stronger, healthy balance sheet and a sustainable fiscal trajectory, that we will begin re-indexing. And I can commit to this House, as I have committed to Albertans, Mr. Speaker, that as we see our economic and commodity price assumptions that we identified in Budget 2022 realized, that we will reconsider whether it's time to re-index. And I make that commitment to members of this House. I make this commitment to Albertans. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude with this, where I began. This government inherited a fiscal train wreck. This government inherited a fiscal scenario that was completely unsustainable, a scenario that would have burdened future generations with billions and billions of dollars of debt for services that they did not appreciate, that did not benefit them. I find that wholly unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we've made decisions, hard decisions, to bring our fiscal house in order. The good news is we're reporting a balanced budget this year and for the following 2 fiscal years, and that gives us options. That gives us options to make strategic reinvestments in our healthcare system to expand capacity. That gives us options to ensure that future generations of Albertans can reskill, pursue an education in occupations that matter, in professions for where there's great demand. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're adding $600 million to the fiscal plan over the next 3 years to reskill Albertans, to provide additional opportunities for Albertans to move from poverty, Mr. Speaker, to self-sufficiency. And so, with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to oppose this motion.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next member I see is the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this very important motion because, as we all know, life under this Conservative government has become harder, more expensive, and less hopeful because of the types of strategies. I'm very interested to hear the Minister of Finance actually publicly admit that he understands the de-indexing is a hit on the people, and so much so he has just promised minutes ago in this House to re-examine it when he feels like doing it. But if he is promising to re-examine this, re-indexing in the future, that means he understands that indeed is a tax increase no matter what else he says. He has just stood up in this House and made our point for us. This is an over $1 billion hit on the people in this province who can least afford it. The people that are being affected by this are the people who are receiving AISH, the people who are on the seniors benefit, and of course all the people in this province who pay personal income taxes. If this government had not made this choice, all of these people would see a minor increase in their disposable income. Now you ask, why should they get an increase in their disposable income? I can tell you part of the reason why is that there is money available in the system in many other ways, in many other places. We know, for example, that government revenues are significantly up. This government got lucky. The international price of oil, over which they have no control, has increased significantly the revenues in this province. And they pretend that somehow that's allowed them to balance the budget because they were somehow magic. Well, turns out that the revenues are increasing in every other state, not just this state. They didn't plan for it. We know they didn't plan for it because the amount of money that they were predicting to come in their past budget was not the same as the amount of money that actually did come in, so we know that it was a lucky windfall. And this government is, if they had the integrity to tie those things together, they would be able to say that no matter which government was in, they would have got that same lucky windfall. And so, of course, what they do is they constantly repeat that somehow if the NDP government had been in, we would have a greater deficit. The only way they can do that is they can ignore the truth of what they've just said. So they say one thing, then they ignore it and say the opposite thing because they have no internal consistency in their planning. They got lucky, and they're using it as a chance to kind of pull the wool over the eyes of people in this country. So we know that government revenue is up. We also know that corporate profits are dramatically up over the last little while. And we know that CEO compensation is up. And all we're asking is that somehow the rest of Albertans be able to gain some of the benefits from all of this largesse that we are experiencing in this province. But again, this government really doesn't care for the average person in the province. They have a very small, narrow group of people who they are very concerned about. And we know that because of the fact that we do see government revenues up, we do see corporate profits are up, we do see CEO compensation is up. And in fact, this government, at the same time that they're asking for up to 10% back in terms of wages from some of the people who took care of us during the pandemic, like respiratory therapists and social workers and so on, they're agreeing to give up to 39% increases to people in AIMCO who in fact lost significant amounts of money for us. So it's not based on integrity, it's not based on performance, it's based on who this government likes and who this government doesn't like. And I can tell you, they do not like you if you are not rich in this province. That's the underlying truth here. And so what we have is a situation where people who rely on the government understanding their circumstances and taking care of them are not experiencing anything from this government that would come close to empathy or an understanding of the nature of economics for people who are not wealthy. It's really disconcerting to hear that. And we know that the minister has just admitted that he understands that he is making a hit on the average people, because he's just said, maybe later, when more rich people have gotten even richer, we'll consider the possibility of taking this hit back. He just admitted that in the House, that they're going to reconsider that. And so here we are. We have a government that got lucky and therefore are strutting around the barnyard like a rooster, pretending that somehow they've done something big when in fact it was just sheer chance that they happened to be in government at the time that the international price of oil went up so extremely high compared to what was predicted even by them in their own budget. So they can't pretend that they knew the future because they didn't put it in their budget. We have the numbers. What we have is a government that has made life more difficult for every single person in this province. They have increased, they have put in policies that have resulted in the increase in school fees. They put in policies that have resulted in dramatic increases to utilities, some people paying 2 or 3 times as much as they would have if the rate cap was on. They put in policies that increase our insurance rates for our houses and our cars. People often seeing double or triple times the rate that they were seeing when there was a rate cap on. We see that this is a government that has started to increase post-secondary tuition costs, in some cases up over 100% of the actual cost. I mean, this is a minister who just moments ago said that they would really like to see people retrain to get back into the economy and to reskill, I believe is the word he was using. And yet he's actually making it more expensive, in some cases up 100% more expensive than it was before this minister got in. We have a minister who is taking advantage of extreme luck and the fact that there are some people that are doing really well and pretending that all Albertans are doing really well, when in fact the evidence is that that is not true. This side of the House brought in a bill to try to protect people who are going to lose their benefits or lose their houses because of their inability to pay for the utility bills, and to stop them from having the utilities shut off. And what did this government do? They said, no, we can't even do that simple thing of just allowing them to continue to live in their own homes. This is a government that has really made absolutely no decision to act on behalf of average Albertans, as long as, you know, the group of oligarchs who are making lots of money at this time are continue to make money and make more money. They say Alberta's doing well, but Albertans are not doing well. A very small segment of the province is doing well, and we've seen what happens when this government engages in these type of policies. We saw, for example, when they gave away $4.7 billion of money to international corporations, some of whom who actually use the money to move their headquarters, their head offices out of Alberta into foreign countries. And we see this kind of thing happen all the time, that the government makes a decision and all it benefits are these large corporations who are already profitable. It wasn't like they were even helping companies to make decisions to stay. And in the example of the $4.7 billion, they did absolutely nothing to ensure that that would derive a benefit for the province of Alberta. They didn't say, would you please make sure that you hire people in the province of Alberta? In fact, they didn't. We saw job losses after they did that. 50,000 job losses in the province of Alberta, and we're still behind in terms of full-time jobs 3 years later in this province. And now they put in a gas rebate, which they say is going to help Albertans, with absolutely no guarantee that that gas rebate will be passed on to the consumers. They've done nothing but make sure that the profitable corporations can take that extra 13 cents and tack it on to their profits, because there's nothing to actually require them to pass it on to citizens in this province. Again, what we have is this government who are constantly looking for ways to make the rich richer and to ignore the fact that the poor by nature are becoming poorer. That's what we see happening all the time. A responsible, proper government would have a preferential option for the poor, always looking for ways they can shore them up and try to bring them back into the economy to make sure that they're doing well. But they have shut down the ways for people to get out of poverty and to move into a middle-class lifestyle by increasing tuition, by increasing other costs, and making it almost impossible for people. So that we see people who are on AISH, people who are relying on the seniors' benefits, and of course all Albertans through their personal income tax losing their money and losing their purchasing power. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members? The next member who caught my eye is the Honourable Member for Tabor-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be able to speak to this motion. I'd like to thank the member for proposing it. However, I'm interested in understanding the rationale. That member was the Environment Minister when the carbon tax was introduced into this province. I remember I was sitting as an opposition member at the time thinking about the cost that will be bringing forward to every Albertan, whether it be through heating, through their gas, through their food prices. Mr. Speaker, I guess it's a little rich coming from the member that actually brought in the largest tax increase in Alberta's history to be now talking about this issue. Hypocrisy in this House sometimes astounds me. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to you about one of the last member that just spoke from the NDP talked about how this government is. Basically, in my words, he said basically this government is heartless, that we don't care. I want to remind the member of the history of Conservatives in this province. I want to remind him that it was a Conservative government that made sure that AISH recipients received the highest in Canada out of all the provinces. In fact, to the point where we pay over $400 more than the closest jurisdiction in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that was not an NDP government. If the member's assertion is that Conservatives are heartless, it was not the NDP government that did that. It was the Conservative government that did that in the past. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind the member that in this province, up to almost 40% of those who could pay taxes don't pay taxes, provincial taxes, in this province. Who did that, Mr. Speaker? Was that an NDP government that actually did that? Was that or was that heartless Conservatives that did it? No, it was Conservatives that did that, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives actually recognized that this should be a place where people can come, work hard, get out of poverty, get themselves in a position where they can provide for their families, start a business, work hard for their future. Mr. Speaker, in this province, Conservative governments of the past have done a great job of being able to provide for opportunities for Albertans, have done a great job of being able to make sure that recognizing that people come here from other countries in abject poverty, come here with just an opportunity. They're just looking for an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And this is a place where they provided it. Past Conservative governments did that, not the NDP, not a past Socialist government, but a Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. So when the member stands up and says that we're heartless, Conservatives are heartless, let's remember what history has shown us, is that Conservatives have actually done a fantastic job. Now remember, Mr. Speaker, that how could we do this? Was it only because we had oil and gas? Well, there's actually oil and gas in Saskatchewan. There's oil and gas in other parts of the other provinces as well. So why is it that Alberta did so well? It was because of the Alberta Advantage, Mr. Speaker. The Alberta Advantage was low marginal tax rate, lower regulatory burden than other jurisdictions, and this is really how we were able to get to the point we're at right now. Because we recognize that the best social program is a great job, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Minister of Finance said that, and I think that's absolutely true, and sometimes lost on the NDP, that really there's no way that someone on a fixed income, someone in age, is going to survive very well. It's just, even in rich Alberta, in a place where we are giving the most that we can give, it's very, very difficult for them to be able to make ends meet. I get that. But let's talk about another issue. The other issue of inflation. Mr. Speaker, inflation, one of the biggest drivers of inflation is the cost of goods going up. And so that cost of goods going up, obviously, is carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, the NDP and their close ally, Justin Trudeau, want to take our carbon tax from $50 a ton to $170 a ton, a threefold increase. Do you think, Mr. Speaker, that that's not going to create inflation? That that's not going to create a burden on our vulnerable in our societies? Do you not think, Mr. Speaker, that that is the cost of that is going to be borne by the poorest of our societies? Mr. Speaker, if the NDP took a look at their arguments and recognized that a tax is a tax wherever you are, but it's worse borne out on the poor. And a consumption tax, which is basically the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, because it affects everything. Let's be clear. You can't live anywhere in this province without having things trucked to you. It has to be trucked. If it's going to be your food or whatever you have, whatever you bought, it was trucked here. And that carbon tax is a price on that. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we add that cost to those who are poor in our society, that is not compassionate, Mr. Speaker. How can the honourable members really believe that that is a compassionate approach? In our approach of past Conservative governments here, we recognized that someone should not be taxed until just under $20,000. Now, our federal counterparts, the Liberals, don't believe that. They're taxed at, I think, $9,000. That's when they start being taxed. Mr. Speaker, I think that their close friends and allies, the Liberals in Ottawa, should recognize, if they're really compassionate, that you should start taxing it just under $20,000. But they don't, Mr. Speaker. This is why the hypocrisy of their argument is difficult to be able to swallow. And that's why most people in the province don't buy into this concept that they have, that they're the compassionate ones. That they recognize that, you know what, when it comes to government programs, there's always a scarcity, Mr. Speaker. And that scarcity is very difficult to be able to find a way to be able to get to everybody who needs it. We recognize it. And that's why societies in the past that have thrived have recognized that that is not the solution. The solution is to be able to help businesses to prosper, to be successful, so that they can actually pay their employees more. And we've done that. In fact, that is the reason why we have that Alberta advantage, because people can come to this province and get paid more. Mr. Speaker, we give $20 billion to Ottawa that doesn't come back every year. Where does most of that money come from? Not transfer payments, Mr. Speaker. That comes from income tax, because we are able to pay our people more in this province because we did something right here historically. The NDP want to discount that. But, Mr. Speaker, it's because of that approach that we took in Conservative governments of the past that we're in a position now. Do you know, before the NDP got in, Mr. Speaker, we had no debt. We had no debt. We had the ability to provide so much more for our people. What was their strategy, Mr. Speaker? Spend more, tax more. And then we got into a situation where it was $60, $70, $80 billion of debt. Mr. Speaker, it put us in a precarious situation. This is why we had to make the difficult decisions that we did. But the honourable member, the Minister of Finance, has said that this is a temporary fix. This is something that we need to be able to work through. And as we get ourselves in a better situation, we will work through it. But, Mr. Speaker, this motion is virtue signaling. This motion, when the members opposite had the opportunity for 4 years to be able to get rid of de-indexing, they didn't. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And yes, they've said that it was retroactive, but what about those 3 years that it wasn't retroactive? What about those 3 years, 3.5 years where they didn't do it, Mr. Speaker? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is they had to live those 3.5 years. If they were concerned so much about the issue of affordability, they would have done it on day one. Wouldn't they have? But they didn't. They did it 3.5 years later. And you can make that retroactive, but for those 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker, for those 3.5 years, they had no ability to be able to virtue signal that they were actually helping those people who are suffering, those who are poor and struggling in this province. They didn't do it until they were close to the election. This is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, that people do not buy into the arguments that they've brought forward. But I want to just finish with this, Mr. Speaker. The real reality that the NDP are looking for is they're looking for a universal income. They want to make sure that they actually bring forward as much as they can for everybody, and actually this is what they're really looking for, Mr. Speaker, is universal income.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member who has caught my eye is the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Lethbridge West for bringing the motion to the House and before us so that we could debate it. And I have to say that it's displeasing, Mr. Speaker, to hear the members from the other side speak when it comes to actually working for Albertans. And you know, day after day, we coming here into this House, into this legislature during question period, we see a premier and his cabinet continuously just spin and just full of rhetoric, and we have absolutely no substance in terms of what this government is doing to actually work for Albertans and actually protect Albertans, right? They continue to fail Albertans. They continue to fail Albertans. And a prime example of that, Mr. Speaker, is the $1.3 billion gamble on the Keystone XL. Waste of money. Just a complete waste of taxpayer dollars when it comes to, and that's what this government does, Mr. Speaker. It's like a gamble after gamble after gamble. They basically just anything that they can do in order to pass the buck when it comes to actually protecting Albertans and making life more affordable for Albertans. This government just decides to pass the buck. The Premier continuously does that during question period, just passes the buck. Now, you know, the members on the other side, they like to complain about the carbon tax. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax had a real rebate in it. Not like what this government has decided to provide Albertans, which is a completely fake program that doesn't even come into effect until next year, Mr. Speaker. Now, that is incredulous right there in terms of like the rhetoric that comes out of this government. They like to say that they're doing something, that they're investing in Albertans, but the reality is that nothing could be farther from the truth, Mr. Speaker. You know? Through the budget that we see before us, Mr. Speaker, we see nothing but cuts and more cuts and more cuts, but they have no problem, Mr. Speaker, giving $4.7 billion to corporations here in the province of Alberta. And some of these corporations actually just, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it's this whole outdated and antiquated economic approach known as trickle-down theory. And Albertans are getting sick and tired of conservatives in power presenting austerity budgets time and time again, austerity budget after austerity budget, which cuts more and more programming that actually benefits Albertans, and yet they provide large tax breaks to big corporations. I find it absolutely shameful that the Premier would actually come into this House and boast jobs at Walmart as his major accomplishment. Now, don't get me wrong, Walmart's fine, Mr. Speaker. Walmart's fine, but that's not full-time mortgage-paying jobs that Albertans deserve. The Premier should be ashamed that that's all he can refer to when it comes to actually creating jobs here in the province of Alberta. Part-time jobs, that's what Albertans get out of this government and this austerity budget. Yet another austerity budget for Albertans, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the members on the other side of the House, they continue to chirp over there as I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, because they can't take it. They can't take that I'm actually speaking the truth in this House when it comes to the type of government that they are, and that they're not actually putting Albertans first. Now, the other big gamble that this Premier and Cabinet decided to take was the fact that they were going to take the whole concept of the carbon tax to the Supreme Court. And they lost, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we took the approach that, you know, this carbon levy is going to come into effect whether we like it or not, because we do need to address the whole issue of climate change, unlike on that side of the House where there are members who refuse to believe that climate change is real. We on this side of the House know it's real, know that we got to do something about it, and that we're actually protecting the lives of Albertans when we do so. Because the members on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, you see, they fail to recognize that when it comes to economic decision making, there are such things called externalities. And right now they may not, the thing is that down the road, those things are going to impact and actually have a negative effect on the economy if they're not addressed right now. If we do not address climate change, the economic impact, we're going to feel it later. And that's what this government fails to realize, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to have to pay for it later. Now, what did we decide to do, Mr. Speaker? We decided, you know what? If the federal government is going to impose a carbon tax on Canadians, then we might as well implement a program that's going to benefit Albertans and put Albertans first. The federal government was going to do it anyways, Mr. Speaker. And so we created a program that actually had a real rebate in it, Mr. Speaker. So yeah, people were going to have to be paying a little bit more, but for those that were at a certain threshold, they were going to get a rebate, Mr. Speaker. And that was over 65% of Albertans were actually getting a real rebate, Mr. Speaker, unlike the fake program that this government is actually presenting to Albertans right now. Now, on top of that, the gamble that this Premier and this here cabinet took, Mr. Speaker, was now they crushed the Alberta plan, and now we got to pay that same carbon tax, but now we got to pay it over to the federal government. Whereas opposed that our program was actually reinvesting in Albertans. We were actually investing it in diversifying for Alberta's economy moving forward. Because Albertans were asking for that. Chirp all you want, go ahead. I'm actually speaking the truth here, Mr. Speaker. Now, they claim that everything's going up for Albertans. Everything was going up because of the carbon tax. But they got 65% of Albertans were getting a rebate. Unlike with this government, Mr. Speaker, they decided to take the cap off insurance. A 30% increase on insurance on Albertans. Utility fees, Mr. Speaker. It was unbelievable. There's constituents that I've heard from that their utility bills came in. They were paying over $800 when they were used to paying $200, Mr. Speaker. This is the reality that Albertans are experiencing under the poor and bad management of this here government. They're failing Albertans. And here we are bringing in a motion into this House that will at least try to rectify some of that, Mr. Speaker. Especially when it comes to those who are most marginalized in our society. And yes, I'm talking about seniors. I'm talking about people on AISH, Mr. Speaker. And that's the sad thing about all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is actively debating in this House, where here we are being propositional, trying to bring in a positive piece of legislation, trying to bring a positive debate into this House here, Mr. Speaker, so that we can actually stand up for Albertans, and the members on the other side are kiboshing the whole plan. They want to continue to make life less affordable for Albertans, and especially those most marginalized.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next individual that I see is the Honourable Minister for Community and Social Services, with in and around 5 minutes remaining in the allotted time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to chip into the debate here. As the Minister of Community and Social Services, AISH program is directly under my ministry. I'd like to share some facts so that we can contribute to the debate here. Mr. Speaker, Alberta government continue to help Albertans with permanent disability meet their daily needs and live independently and find employment at their first ability. The Assured Income for Severely Handicapped program, AISH, that we often talk about, provide financial and health benefits to eligible adults, Albertans, with permanent medical conditions that prevent them from earning a living. AISH coverage may include monthly living allowance, health benefits, personal benefits for the client and spouse and partners and dependent children. Let me share some facts here so that we can be on the same page. Mr. Speaker, with Budget 2022, we increased $12 million into AISH to the point of $1.4 billion. That is the highest in Alberta's history for AISH benefits. So, Mr. Speaker, that's fact number one. Fact number two is at $16.85 per month for the AISH benefits, to today remain the highest among provinces in Canada. That's fact. Fact number three, Mr. Speaker, just this month, as part of Alberta's recovery plan, Premier and I announced additional income support program for prenatal families that people are receiving AISH and income support. With additional $600 added to that, the total of $856 per month. That again is the highest prenatal benefits in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we work day in, day out with tangible actions and provide support services to Albertans for those who are under my ministry. Oftentimes we call the most vulnerable Albertans. We have actions followed with actions for tangible changes made to their life. Mr. Speaker, that is a fact. My ministry, I'm proud that my ministry provides the social safety net for our most vulnerable Albertans, as I stated all those facts. Not just only for that part, in Budget 2022, we also added $34 million to help people who can get a job, get the job. And those of you know that when you have the ability to reach your full potential to get a job, it's more than just finance. Your mental health, everything else, condition increased significantly. Mr. Speaker, those are the facts on the table. I want to contribute to the debate in the House. NDPs can be good at playing all the political cheap shots, but it remains fact that when they're in government, they haven't accomplished what we did. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason that I want to urge all members in this House to vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. The next individual who caught my eye was the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview with about a very short amount of time.
Very short time. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to speak obviously in favor of this motion, and certainly, this Conservative government likes to say, the best social program's a job. But guess what? What if you're retired? You're a senior living in this province on a fixed income. That program is not available to you, and it's not for all Albertans, that program either. And that's there's a few things government does, and I'll just help the members understand one aspect of that. One aspect of that is actually lifting the floor, that you support people who are vulnerable through public programs. And guess what? That redistributes the wealth, and that helps people who are pretty vulnerable. And it seems like this UCP government doesn't get that. It doesn't understand what social programs are all about. And we know that there's so many things that they have cut. This $1 billion that they're getting extra by not indexing the income tax system is just one of the many, many, many things that the UCP government has done. And I want to talk about the Alberta Seniors Benefit. The fact that that is not indexed, they willfully stepped in and pulled that back. And we know 5.7% increase in cost of living. I mean, that's extraordinary, and it's very difficult for seniors to be able to manage that. But guess what else they've done? They cut grants in the seniors ministry. We used to have $2 million going out to community agencies to support seniors in their community. They say they want seniors to stay in their communities, but they're stripping those community supports. Now it's only $900,000. And guess what? They have $118 million in the capital housing plan, which is like a drop in the bucket. Our government had $1.2 billion. It's appalling how much the UCP has cut back so many programs. They cut the Seniors Advocate completely. That's $1 million. And they said it's all in the Health Advocate. But guess what? I asked in estimates and there's no report.
Thank you. I hesitate to interrupt the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview. However, under Standing Order 8 sub 3, which provides up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of the motion other than a government motion to close debate. And I would like to invite the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West to do just that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have heard that the government's stated intention is to move forward with an extra $500 a year in personal income tax for an average family. We have heard this government say that they are going to move forward with taking $500 a year out of people's child benefit. We have heard this government commit just now that it is A-OK by them that Alberta's seniors benefit will be reduced by $800 a year over the life of their fiscal plan. They have just committed that they are fine with taking $3,000 a year away from people who are on AISH benefits. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is their commitment to continue to far more than nickel and dime, Mr. Speaker, average taxpayers to take money away from folks who are getting child benefits or seniors benefits. That's their position and that's their commitment to the people of Alberta. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have also made a commitment to the people of Alberta. We will stop this pernicious and insidious and any other big word that you might want to, that the Premier might want to use to make himself sound smart, attempt to take money out of people's pockets and raise their taxes. We will stop this tax on inflation. We will re-index the tax system, Mr. Speaker. We will make sure that all benefits keep pace with inflation because it is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. That's our commitment. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, we've also committed to making sure that we've got action on electricity rates, on car insurance, on school fees, on student loan interest, on tuition, on property taxes by ensuring that we've got the right balance that puts people first, Mr. Speaker. And here's the thing, Albertans trust this side of the House to do those things, to put them first. And this vote this afternoon on this motion, when this government rejects our offer to make sure that we are not raising people's personal income tax by $500 a year, taking $500 a year out of their child benefit, when they reject our offer to take simple, concrete actions to defend people's pocketbooks and to ensure that we are taking action on cost of living, it will just be another indicator that people cannot trust this UCP government. They cannot trust them to take action on affordability. They cannot trust them to manage the healthcare system. They cannot trust them to put in place a reasonable curriculum for K-12 education. They cannot trust them to ensure that we are attracting new investment and diversification and keeping pace with the 21st century economy. They cannot trust them to even tell the truth about what they might do in their budget, given that these budget documents that we have before the House don't even accurately represent inflation, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order is called. The Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have asked us to exercise a lot of caution in the ways that we use the word truth and lying or getting around the truth or misrepresenting the truth. The member from Lethbridge West clearly just said, these members can't be trusted under the benefit of the blues, but certainly was insinuating that we cannot tell the truth, that we were lying on this side of the House. I know that's unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, and ask that member that I know she was on a roll with whatever that was, but certainly it's unparliamentary and ask her to apologize and withdraw.
The Honourable the Opposition Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think nothing could be further from a point of order what the government Deputy House Leader suggested. Member from Lethbridge was saying that Albertan can't trust this government, and she listed a number of things. We have said that before. It's not a point of order at all.
Well, I'm prepared to rule, and you're correct in your assertion that the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West did provide a number of reasons why you can't trust this government. But the problem here was that she also made specific reference to they not being able to tell the truth, which if attributed directly to an individual inside the Assembly, is definitely unparliamentary. And a case could be made that the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West did use unparliamentary language when referring to they as members. So I would caution her such. I've provided much commentary on this particular language inside the Assembly, and I expect that she will govern herself accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that guidance. I mean, where I was getting to, Mr. Speaker, is the fact of the matter is that these budget documents that we have before the House currently do not accurately represent the inflationary expectations of the Bank of Canada, and certainly that inflation has reached a 30-year high at 5.7% on an annualized basis. Nowhere do we find that accurately represented in these budget documents, Mr. Speaker, showing again that this government would prefer not to talk about the cost of living and inflationary pressures on ordinary people. I think, Mr. Speaker, that what we can expect them to do is continue to oppose efforts to make life more affordable for Albertans. No one is surprised by this anymore, that they are singularly focused on their own internal drama and not on the drama of the kitchen table of trying to pay bills and get ahead. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what the government of Alberta should be focused on, and that is our commitment on this side of the House going forward. Thank you.
Members, the honourable member for Lethbridge West has moved government motion, or motion other than government motion 503. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on motion other than government motions 503 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Sweet, Member Phillips, Mr. Sabier, Mr. Egan, Mr. Fian, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson, Member Loyola.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Chandra, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Pond, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Newdorf, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Williams, Mr. Tour, Mr. Jones, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Stefan.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 9, total against 35.
That motion is defeated.
Under Government Motion 16, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation on behalf of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. I rise today to move Government Motion 16 on behalf of my colleague, the Government House Leader. The motion is as follows. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the Government of Canada to immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service and implement back-to-work legislation to prevent any disruption or CP work stoppage to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, on March 16th of 2022, CP issued a lockout notice to those employees represented by the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, while TCRC provided a strike notice to CP. This weekend, a work stoppage began and CP moved to complete a safe and structured shutdown of its train operations. Alberta businesses rely on rail transportation, including services offered by CP, to ship their goods throughout the province to the United States and through gateways such as the Port of Vancouver. This could not come at a worse time. Supply chains have already been disrupted by the pandemic. Floods in British Columbia, cold weather, rail service issues, illegal blockades, and port congestion. As Minister of Transportation, one of my duties is to serve as the current chair of the Western Transportation Advisory Council, or WESTAC. WESTAC members represent the private sector, government, and labour, and works collectively to resolve the constraints and inefficiencies that undermine the performance of Western Canada's supply chain and transportation sector. At our recent conference in December, the discussions reflected a range of dynamic factors that are influencing the transportation and logistics sector. We discussed the wide recognition that the goods movement sector must rethink how things are done, from planning stages, which need to be bold and reflect a range of pressing implications around emerging technologies, as well as a focus on resilience and risk management. Resilience requires planning for extreme weather events, multifaceted cyber attacks, and the security of goods or means of conveyance. To quote from the meeting report, factoring shifts in global trade and the flow of goods, the complexity facing transportation today is unparalleled. Another duty of mine was to recently co-chair a meeting of the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety. To quote from my remarks delivered at that council meeting, like other jurisdictions, the efficient movement of exports to other markets is a priority of the Government of Alberta. As a landlocked province, Alberta depends on well-functioning infrastructure, carriers, and logistics both inside and outside the province to move its exports and bring products to Albertans. A common theme is the resilience of Canada's transportation infrastructure to events such as severe weather. Recent flood and wildfire events in British Columbia have shown how vulnerable our supply chain can really be. Now, our Alberta businesses are faced with a labor disruption at CP, which will disrupt the movement of a broad range of goods and likely lead to increased costs for many Alberta businesses. I have already heard concerns from several sectors such as grain, livestock, forestry, fertilizer, and oil and gas regarding a work stoppage at CP. Here are just a few samples of what we have heard from our stakeholders on this situation. From the Western Canadian Shippers Coalition, we have ascertained that collectively, revenue losses would be in the range of $498 million in the first week of a work stoppage or lockout, $1.05 billion for 2 weeks, and by week 3, $1.56 billion. It is also worth pointing out that for every 1 week or strike or lockout action, there is a 4-week recovery period. The effects of a work stoppage or lockout will reach beyond CP's network to other railways because it will preclude the normal interchange of traffic between CP and other railways that is essential to the operation of the national transportation system. From Purelator, should a work stoppage of any kind occur, the fundamental supply chain driving the Canadian economy will suffer adverse effects that will significantly impact all Canadians and international partners who rely on our vital transportation systems. From the Food, Health and Consumer Products of Canada, who copied me on their letter to the federal government, we want to underline the need for a solution to this situation to avert the serious consequences that this strike could have. We respectfully ask that you pursue all avenues within your authority to help bring the talks between Teamsters Canada Rail Conference and CP to a rapid, successful conclusion. This includes strongly encouraging the two parties to enter into voluntary binding arbitration. And from the Alberta Cattle Feeders Association, last year's drought resulted in a significant lack of feed grain in Western Canada. As such, cattle feeders are relying heavily this winter on feed supplies from the U.S. Multiple supply chain issues with transportation have reduced feed availability, and farmers have been managing their animals' needs on a day-to-day, train-by-train basis. There is no buffer in the system. If strike action occurs, feed supplies will run out in 1 or 2 weeks, causing a serious animal welfare issue. The labor disruption at CP could result in the shutdown of production facilities, which would impact workers, the economy, and the supply and demand for Canadian products. From an export perspective for Alberta, a rail stoppage means disruption to the movement of oil by rail to refineries in the United States. Producers of oil, natural gas, and petrochemicals may have to curtail some production if they cannot ship by rail and do not have sufficient capacity to store products on site. The CP rail movement stoppage, if it continues, will cause significant port backlogs with additional costs for the manufacturing and food sectors. As much of Alberta's southern agricultural production is exclusively served by CP, this shutdown in service will negatively affect our agricultural producers. It would impact spring crop and fertilizer planting and have immediate adverse impacts on Alberta's cattle feeding industry. Alberta's cattle feeding industry is currently reliant on imported feed corn and dried distiller grains from the United States to provide daily rations to over 1 million head of cattle in Alberta's feedlot alley. CP is a sole rail transporter of U.S. feed corn and dried distiller grains into southern Alberta, and any disruption to delivery would have serious consequences for Alberta's cattle feeders. This would adversely affect Western Canada animal feed supplies, which are severely limited following drought during the 2021 crop growing season. The effects of a work stoppage will reach beyond CP's network to other railways due to the normal interchange of traffic between CP and other railways. In the Vancouver area, only CP can perform the final delivery of traffic originating on CN's network to many of the terminals on the south shore of the Burrard Inlet, while only CN can perform the final delivery of traffic originating on CP's network to terminals located on the North Shore. We know that CP is a federally regulated railway, and the Government of Canada has exclusive purview over federal labor relations between Class 1 railroads like CP and railway workers. My ministry monitors any developments regarding our transportation network, including railway, to assess the severity of the situation and impacts on Alberta's businesses. In light of recent supply chain challenges and the impacts that a CP work stoppage will have on Alberta businesses, our government is advocating to the federal government to take action to minimize the impacts of this labor disruption at CP. The federal government can implement back-to-work legislation, as they have in the past. In 2021, a strike at the Port of Montreal was stopped when the federal government passed back-to-work legislation days after the strike began. It is my view, given a disruption of this magnitude stacked on an already stressed system, it is imperative that the CP work stoppage end quickly. That is why we are calling on Ottawa to intervene. To avoid further aggravating an already suffering supply chain, we ask that the federal government take immediate and effective measures to ensure that service on CP's critical rail network resumes as quickly as possible. The Government of Canada should immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. The Government of Canada should also consider implementing back-to-work legislation to bring an immediate end to this work stoppage. Inaction will lead to negative economic consequences for Alberta and Canada, while damaging Alberta and Canada's reputation as a reliable supplier to international customers. I have sent a letter to my federal counterpart, Transport Minister Alghabra, and to Labour Minister O'Regan, outlining our concerns. I know my colleague at Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development has also sent a letter to Ottawa. Allow me to quote from my letter, Mr. Speaker. Dear Ministers Alghabra and O'Regan, I'm writing to raise concerns about the potential labour disruption at Canadian Pacific Railway, or CP. On March 16, 2022, CP issued a lockout notice to those employees represented by the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, TCRC, while TCRC provided a strike notice to CP. A labour disruption could take place at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on March 20th, 2022, if CP and TCRC cannot come to a negotiated agreement or agree to binding arbitration. Alberta businesses rely on rail transportation, including services offered by CP, to ship their goods throughout the province to the United States and through gateways such as the Port of Vancouver. Supply chains have been disrupted by the pandemic, floods in British Columbia, cold weather, rail service issues, illegal blockades, and port congestion. Alberta is now faced with the potential labour disruption at CP, which could shut down CP's network and disrupt the movement of a broad range of goods while leading to increased costs for many Alberta businesses. Alberta has already heard concerns from several sectors such as grain, livestock, forestry, fertilizer, and oil and gas regarding the potential impact of a strike or lockout at CP. A disruption of this magnitude, as I had mentioned earlier and will emphasize once again, stacked on an already stressed system would be severe. This is also a critical time of the year for crop producers, and fertilizer shortages resulting from a strike or lockout would jeopardize primary production. A rail disruption would also further stress livestock producers who are relying on important feed from the U.S. as a result of the drought conditions experienced this past summer. Any of these additional adverse impacts on feed supplies would, in a matter of days, result in significant animal welfare issues affecting millions of heads of cattle across Western Canada. Crop and livestock production and the associated value-added processing is critical to Alberta and to other provinces. To avoid further aggravating an already suffering supply chain, we ask that the federal government take immediate and effective measures to ensure that service on CP's critical rail network resumes as quickly as possible if a lockout or strike were to occur. The Government of Canada should immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service to prevent any disruption or CP work stoppage, to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. Inaction will lead to negative consequences for Alberta and Canada, while damaging Alberta and Canada's reputation as a reliable supplier to international customers. That is an excerpt from the letter that I had sent. Our Premier, along with his provincial colleagues, Premier Moe from Saskatchewan and Premier Stephenson from Manitoba, have also shared concerns on this matter with the Prime Minister. Let me assure you and all Alberta producers and businesses that we will continue to pressure Ottawa and urge that they take the appropriate action to ensure that goods continue to move. This is too important for all those involved to let it just play out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, Government Motion 16. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to rise this afternoon to add some comments around Government Motion 16 and what it's proposing we advocate for as a province. You know, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll start with, I would like to really sincerely believe that this motion is about protecting the supply chain. The problem is and I guess I should even add, I'd like to even think that it's about protecting the workers, the unionized workers that are there. But I have a hard time believing that. The reason being is members of the UCP have made it very, very clear their views about unionized workers and unions. So I doubt this is about potentially protecting the workers. And the reason I call into question about whether they're looking to protect the supply chains, I would like to remind members of the House that quite honestly, there really hasn't been anything done by this government in terms of supply chains and securing those supply chains. I would bring attention to the failed response to keep goods and services and cattle and things like that moving across the border for 18 days over at Coots this winter. Matter of fact, we've even had members of the UCP cheering them on, not only in this House, but on location as well. So if there is such a concern about the supply chain, why then those actions, those words, which would be counterproductive to that? And there's been other causes for concerns around protecting the supply chains here. And I would certainly bring forward the example of the meatpacking plant. During one of the heights of one of the waves of COVID, we had a meatpacking plant shut down because appropriate steps weren't taken to protect those workers in that plant, which thus protected the supply chain. So again, just one example. We obviously, we saw meat wasn't able to be producers, which rolls down to the farmers, their cattle, and whatnot. And so we've just, and fair enough, I mean, we've seen some very, very unpredictable situations that have disrupted things during the pandemic. For farmers, severe drought in Alberta. I think that was even mentioned by the minister in the opening comments. The floods in BC, wiping out key transportation, not only rail, but roads as well, thus making it even harder. But again, we didn't see any real concrete actions by the government to try to mitigate those situations, which is why I'm standing up here saying I'm doubting the intentions of this motion and what they're saying they're trying to achieve here. If you're truly wanting to protect the supply chains, you also need to protect the workers as well. Hence why we're seeing some headbutting here going on between the two. But I will point out, though, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a position of a lockout. Okay, the company has locked out the workers. And I noticed in the comments from the minister very carefully dancing around using the words work stoppage or lockout. And so at the heart of this motion, it's about bringing in, or advocating to be brought in, back to work legislation. So when you look historically at what back to work legislation is, it's about forcing the worker back despite any concerns they have. I've never actually seen one back to work legislation forcing the company back to the table to relook at things. So I find this motion to be quite counterproductive. You know, we hear the words from the minister about that, you know, they want to see an amicable agreement between the two parties, but amicable for who? And so I think there's a better way that we could be wording this motion to try to encourage both sides to come to an agreement that not only is in the best interest of all the producers and businesses in Alberta to be able to get their goods and services moved across the country, bring in supply so that they continue to do their business, but at the same time, we need to protect the workers. You know, when you have workers that are injured on the job, that ultimately affects the supply chain. You know, when you have workers that are tired, that ultimately will lead to supply chain issues because they're not getting the job done. You know, it's like asking a person to run a mile, and then right after that mile, you ask them to run that mile again, but you're not giving them any extra time because they're tired. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a better way to do that. I think we can improve the language that's in the motion, and therefore I do have an amendment to present to you, and I will pass that up and await your instructions.
Have you seen it? Honourable members, this will be referred to as Amendment A1. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Government Motion 16 be amended as follows. A, by striking out urge the Government of Canada to immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service and implement back-to-work legislation, and substituting call on Canadian Pacific Railway and Teamsters Canada Rail Conference to reach a negotiated settlement urgently to resolve the contract dispute, and then B, by striking out any disruption or CP work stoppage and substituting further work stoppage. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is about trying to encourage both sides. And so, again, just leveling back to work legislation, again, historically, this is always about forcing the worker back, despite any of the concerns they might have. Everybody might remember we recently had a CN strike that was going on. The number one concern that I kept hearing every single time from those workers was safety. And I know the track record for the government has been, shall we say, a little spotty with regards to treating Alberta workers' safety with a higher level of concern. Honestly, I have no idea what it might be what it would be like to try to work around some of those trains and the things that are involved, but certainly some of the things that I heard are very big causes for concern. The number one, I think, thing that I heard was the number of hours sometimes workers are having to put in. And so again, as you get tired, you start to make potentially mistakes. It's not like you woke up in the morning and looked in the mirror and said, well, let's see how many mistakes I can make on the job and make CP or CN's life miserable. I doubt that that conversation takes place. The reality is as you get tired, the decisions you make maybe aren't quite as good as if you were fresh. And so, again, what we're hearing around some of the concerns that members of Teamsters are saying about their work site is safety. And we all know at the end of the day, when you have too many workers off that are injured or just simply burnt out, that will affect our supply chain. And so if you are truly trying to advocate to protect the supply chain, the first easy place you can start is with the workers and protecting their safety and their ability to perform the jobs. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would certainly advocate to all members of this House that they accept this amendment, and hopefully we will see the supply chain protected, because we do want to see Alberta businesses get access to their supplies, the materials they need to move their business, to move their materials across the country, providing services to not only Albertans, but all of Canada. But just simply dropping legislation to force them back, I don't think is the best way to go. But I'm certainly waiting to hear some of the debate that will occur. But again, I hope that members will accept this amendment in good faith. This is about protecting the supply chains. This is about protecting the workers, and they will both help each other in complement with that happening. So thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Well, members, the member for Edmonton Decorah has moved Amendment A1. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the amendment? I see the Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, honored to rise and give a little clarity to the House regarding this amendment. I think it's important to know that some of what the member opposite just said is untrue, unfortunately, and we are looking at strike action that was taken. This was not a lockout. For a bit more color, the TCRC took strike action unilaterally and prematurely in advance of the deadline, 1 p.m. after midnight, Sunday, March 20th, as per their strike notice. To be clear, CP did not initiate a lockout of its employees, as stated in the new release issued by the TCRC. In fact, CP was still at the negotiating table in Calgary with the federally appointed mediators, where we have been since March 11, 2022. This is their words. Awaiting TCRC's response to CP's last offer presented at 8:45. So I think that with that being known by this House, I would just like us to vote against this and get back on motion 16. Thanks.
Are there others who would like to speak to the amendment? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favor of this very important amendment. And I want to start by saying that supply chains are important. It's important to have those supply chains open, moving efficiently.
Order. If members would like to have private conversations, or perhaps I think it would be valuable for them to join in the debate. Following the member for Edmonton, Boular McCall, that's the great thing about the chamber, is everyone has equal opportunity to bring their points to the Assembly. I just ask that they do it when they're on their feet and not seated in their chair. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular McCall has called.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this important caution. So how much time now I have left?
Take any of your time because the clock stopped, so you have 13 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you. So I was talking about the importance of supply chains and how it's important to keep them moving in an efficient way. And I think what we have seen from this government that they tend to pick and choose what suits their political needs. That becomes issue of the day. And what doesn't, then they don't do anything. Then they don't care about supply chain. And the case in point is that goods border was blockaded for 21 days. There were many things within the purview of this government. There were many things they could have done to disperse those blockaders who were illegally blockading Alberta's only 24/7 border point. And I didn't see Minister of Transportation write a letter advocating anything on that one. I didn't see Minister of Agriculture writing a letter that that's our only border that is used by agriculture industry for livestock and all those things. I didn't see any letter. Instead, what they were doing, they were cheering on those blockaders. And some of them participated in that blockade, went there 3 times. That's what they were doing with that important supply chain corridor when that was illegally blockaded by this government's supporters and friends. That was squarely within the jurisdiction of this government to handle that. Earlier, a member from Calgary-Buffalo asked the Minister of Justice that there are protesters who are disrupting lives and businesses in the Beltline, and they've been doing it for a while now. And the answer from this government is, no, they can't do anything. It's within the jurisdiction of city and city police and all that. Again, businesses are getting disrupted, lives are getting disrupted, but government so far has chosen to do nothing, absolutely nothing. Now they see this as an opportunity to play politics and please their base. They come out swinging that no, federal government need to start with the most heavy-handed tool and most unconstitutional tool to end this dispute. And just for, I guess, a reminder that Supreme Court of Canada in Health Sciences and Sport Facilities Bargaining Association in British Columbia 2007 decision, Supreme Court of Canada number 27, recognized that collective bargaining is a constitutionally protected right under Section 2D of the Charter. And any suggestion that government should start with violating that charter right with a back-to-work legislation is prima facie unconstitutional, unless it can be protected under Section 1 of the Charter. So the government suggesting to another level of government to, I guess, intervene by breaching the Constitution, the highest law of this land, is not helpful. And what this amendment does, this amendment recognizes that there are 2 parties, important parties, to this dispute. And one is Canadian Pacific Railway, and I do recognize the importance of Canadian Pacific Railway, the role it plays in our economy, the role it plays in Canadian economy. That's one of the key players in this dispute. And the second one is Teamster Canada. And they are exercising their right as the bargaining unit, their constitutionally protected right. So what this amendment is doing, essentially calling on both the parties who should be working together to make sure that there are no disruptions in supply chain. They should be bargaining in good faith. They should be talking to each other, getting back to the table to make sure that this dispute can be resolved without resorting to unconstitutional back-to-work legislation and all those things. So I don't think that we can support this government in advocating to the federal government to use unconstitutional means to resolve this dispute. We need to stay in the Constitution. We need to protect the rights, protected rights under the Constitution, and both parties at the table need to understand that they need to work together in the interest of all involved to urgently resolve this matter, this dispute. Because we need these rail lines open, we need them safe, we need them staffed with skilled workers who are well-trained and who have a decent amount of sleep so they can keep them safe. And all they are asking are safe working conditions. And I know that rail line have served Canadian economy. I know that rail workers have served Albertans and Canadians throughout this pandemic and help fill our groceries, get fuel to our businesses, and take our grain and crops to the market. During this time, I think I will utter the word no, so they may understand.
What do you mean?
During this time, we also know that CP made significant profits. And those profits represent the collective hard work of those workers who keep these trains running. And all those workers are asking for are stable jobs, adequate rest time, decent pensions, so that they work long-term at these jobs and keep taking goods to the market and keep things going. So I will urge all members of this House that first urge their government to take things seriously which are in their jurisdiction. For instance, if I still ask them to do anything about Beltline protest, they will read me the entire charter, how all that protest is listed in the charter. And then they will read me another section from MGA, that how municipalities are a separate creation, who have separate jurisdiction, and how then municipalities have acted and created police commission, and how police commission hires police, and how far removed this provincial government is from anything to do with the Beltline, even though there are many things they can do. When it suits them, Mr. Speaker, they might even pick up phone and call police chief to discuss their own tickets. That's how far they can go. But when it comes to issues facing Albertans, whether it's in Beltline, whether it's at Coot Borders, you won't see any action. You would see just dithering. And even the letter they will write, later on they will try to kind of wash that letter away. No, that was something different we were writing. We'll even try to hide that letter. And in this case, now they're playing politics and asking federal government to do something completely unconstitutional.
Largely because if the member was speaking to the main motion, I would be happy to provide as much leniency as possible. However, over the last 10 minutes or so, he hasn't made very many references or even tied his remarks back into the fact that we're speaking to the amendment A1, which is moved by his colleague from Edmonton Decor that speaks more specifically to a number of issues that are contained within the motion, and so I might encourage him. He may have other opportunities to speak to the main motion, but if he wants to speak to the amendment now, that would be much more appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just trying to bring back my remarks that why I think this amendment is important is that one, that it is in line with what's needed to be done, that there are two parties that need to be at the table. They need to take this issue seriously and they need to bargain in good faith. And it takes out any suggestion that this motion was initially making that federal government should engage in any unconstitutional activity or behavior like back to work legislation. Takes that out. That's why it's important. It respects collective bargaining rights as recognized by Constitution of Canada. And I think playing politics doesn't help it, but if we call on these parties who actually can do something about it, that would be more helpful. That's why I'm urging all members of this House that support this amendment. This amendment, I guess, is the right call for the parties who are involved to get back to the bargaining table and settle this dispute so that our rail line can keep going and so that workers can have stable job, safe working conditions, adequate rest time, better pensions, so they keep those trains running. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that member will vote in favor of this amendment and not in favor of any unconstitutional, heavy-handed action from the federal government. Thank you.
Honourable members, on Amendment A1 to Government Motion 16, is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome an opportunity to speak to the Amendment A1 of the Government Motion 16, and I thank the Honourable Member from Edmonton Decor for bringing forward this amendment. I think it's useful in a couple of ways, Mr. Speaker, and I think it speaks to not just a change in wording, but back to the first principle of why and how important it is for us to maintain the integrity of our rail system generally in Canada and CP rail system specifically. And we all know how important it is to move goods and services. We've seen different versions of disruptions in supply chains really all around the world. And I think it should be a way by which we can learn lessons to improve the efficiency and the integrity of those transportation systems that support our supply chains, not just in Canada, but around the world. And so looking at CP specifically, and some knowledge I have of the CN line as well, which runs through my constituency and has its Western Canada headquarters just right in my constituency as well, is that for quite a number of years now, these rail lines have been running very hot. There's a lot of demand on those rail systems, and the companies, Canadian Pacific and Canadian National Rail Lines, have just been continuing to expand and build their capacity, which is fine, but not if you're doing it without supporting the workers who actually run the system and the infrastructure that you are relying on. And so from time to time, when you see a labor dispute like this one, right, I think it is a point in time to learn lessons about what is the state of function of CP right now. They're doing very well. You can see that they're making record profits and so forth. But are they making sure that they are maintaining the integrity of that system? And key to the integrity of that system is the workers and the conditions in which they run and work from day to day. Clearly, there's something wrong right at this moment with CP and their relationship with those workers, which are integral to the functioning of the rail system. And so I would suggest that the amendment that the Honourable Member from Edmonton Decor brought forward here is very key to make sure that the collective bargaining process that is being engaged right now between the management of CP and the 3,000 or more workers at CP that are being affected here is taken very seriously. Different issues at the table. I'm not privy to all of what they are debating and negotiating for, but key elements of it are around safety and capacity. And I know probably it's similar to CP that at CN, there's certainly have a shortage of workers in the field. They're constantly being called for more work and overtime and whatnot, and sometimes, as the workers will point out, that comes at the expense of safety and so forth. And so to have something like that being negotiated is absolutely essential to make sure that the trains are running. The trains are running on time and they're running safely. And so, I think we all can agree here that we want those things to happen and that we all depend on those things to happen for moving goods and services that we produce here in the province of Alberta to their markets and to make sure that we're getting the goods and services delivered that we depend on from elsewhere in the country and indeed elsewhere in the world. And so at the heart of that, right now, are two parties that need to negotiate in good faith and negotiate very aggressively to come to a resolution. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time that we've seen this kind of thing while in the Assembly with a rail line, a rail company. And, indeed, if we can see it happening from time to time, right, across this country. And what we do not need to play into is that the notion that our rail companies in Canada are building as part of their business plan the expectation that they will be ordering their workers back to work through legislation. We don't want that to be their de facto business plan for dealing with labor issues in their company. If we allow that to happen, then of course those other issues that I talked about before, the safety, the integrity of the system, of ensuring that you have adequate workers, that you're attracting workers, and that they're being fairly compensated and being safe, given a safe circumstance in which to work, right? All of those things can be compromised if there is somehow an expectation by one or the other party that there will be back-to-work legislation anytime there's a labor problem in the company, right? So that is, I think, pretty useful and specific to this amendment, but I think it's useful and specific to the spirit of at least part of what I heard from the other side in regards to making sure that the trains are running as part of a way to maintain and to help to build our economy and recover. And so I think the amendment serves a very useful function, right? And I believe that it definitely is something that we can all agree on, that we want the trains there, we want the system to be working, we want our goods and services to be brought and sold in markets and things that we purchase as well. And we want that to be safe and sustainable in the broadest possible way. I find it interesting, as the member from Calgary, McCall had just pointed out, it's interesting to see that this provincial government, making comments on a national issue, which is fine. You can urge national government to do this and that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. But the absence of any action and a similar disruption of transportation and systems in our Coutts border crossing, which resulted in millions of dollars of lost goods and service trading, right? Caused lots of disruption and indeed lots of confusion around the integrity of our road transportation system. That was something that this UCP government could have acted on. And so, I just want to point that out because, of course, we're dealing with something that we're urging another level of government to do. And in fact, when we did have something that was within our purview, there was a failure to act by the same government. So, I mean, just, pointing that out. And, but maybe that will help the members of the on the government side to endorse and support this amendment to Government Motion 16. I would strongly urge them to do so. I think we've convinced most or all of our members of the official opposition, and maybe we can get the government to see the light as well. So based on those comments, Mr. Speaker, I cede the floor and look forward to the rest of the debate. Richard, you're up now.
Amendment A1, are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address this amendment, which I think is a great contribution to a very thoughtful and concerning situation that we have here in the House. And I welcome the introduction of it by the member from Edmonton Decor. I appreciate some of the comments of the minister when they made the introduction of the initial bill as well, in that we are in a very serious time where our economy has been significantly affected by a number of larger issues. Clearly, we've been through 2 years of a pandemic, which has caused disruption in supply chains and as well as, in business progress and planning and so on. And so as a result, many businesses in the province of Alberta have been under a great deal of stress over the last number of years. That would include businesses, almost every business that relies on transportation of goods, and I would think the vast majority do. Certainly those that are involved in important fields to our economy, such as agriculture, where the transportation of agricultural goods is absolutely critical, not only to this year's success, but for future years' success for farmers who need to sell this year's crop in order to get next year's in, and so on. Disruption now, we know in this field, tends to have an effect that's not just simply about the immediate, but can actually have a consequence over a period of time. And of course, manufacturing has a very similar kind of experience of disruption through the COVID time, and that has been very problematic. We also know that we've had disruptions because of protests, particularly at the Coutts border crossing in the province of Alberta. And it's very unfortunate that at that time there was some decision being made by this government not to take action, and indeed did not do so for weeks while we saw the supply chains significantly affected in this province. And unfortunately, of course, we also saw some members of this House actually actively participate in supportive activities around these kinds of disruptions to business in this province. And you know, the whole thing around the Coots border crossing was very problematic, of course, because some of the explicit intention behind the border crossing could be simply described as seditious, in the sense that they were actually asking for the Prime Minister of the country to be set aside outside of the democratic processes of this country. Unfortunately, there's at least a segment of that group that was willing to do so in an armed way, apparently gathering significant amounts of arms and munitions, with what I understand was an intention to actually assault members of the RCMP and other police forces. So it was very concerning that we saw any kind of level of support for something that had those edges to it.
The honourable member for Cardston Warner, Tabor Warner.
Tabor Warner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raised the point of order 23H and G. The honourable member basically made allegations against myself as a member. Now, that would be considered as a point of order. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out to you that 23G refers to any matter pending in a court or before a judge for judicial determination. Sub 1, of a criminal nature from the time charges have been laid until passing the sentence. Mr. Speaker, if the member is correct about what he just said, then this would be before a court, which it isn't correct. I've never been approached by the RCMP in this matter, and the member knows full well, as I've stated in this House and many times before, that I never took part in any illegal blockade. As the member knows, I was never there when the border was closed, and I made it very clear in my press releases that I would not be there. Now, Mr. Speaker, the two parts that I've just stated here, 23H makes allegations against another member. If he's doing that, it's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. However, if he is stating that there should be criminal charges involved, then it's 23G, Mr. Speaker. And either way, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should withdraw and apologize for these comments.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I don't think that this is relevant. Certainly the member was pointing out, you know, comparing and contrasting the rail stoppage and the stoppage of flow of commercial traffic on the road to in Coots border crossing, and he made no other allegations besides making, I think, quite an apt comparison between the two and contrast as well. So, thank you.
Honourable members, I am prepared to rule unless there's other submissions. You know, members, as I provided caution earlier to the honourable member for Calgary, Boular-McCall, with respect to Amendment A1, I think it's important that I provide some additional context on debate inside the Assembly. If we were debating a piece of legislation, a bill inside the Assembly, the Speaker's much more inclined to provide the widest swath possible, particularly at second reading, with respect to comments towards the bill. And this is why, largely speaking, the Speaker is not interventionist in any nature with respect to relevance. Already, earlier, I provided caution about speaking to the amendment, which seems to be a significant language change to the original government motion and nothing to do with what the honourable member was speaking about. And given that this is a government motion, in the strongest terms possible, I will remind the member that his comments should be specifically relevant to the amendment. In addition to the comments made by the member for Tabor-Warner, I would say this, that with respect to the principle of sub judice, and sub judice is a very complex principle because it is when charges have been laid or the matter has been set down before a court. And while I don't know specifics on this case, I think it's unlikely that the rule that the member for Tabor-Warner has risen would apply in this case. And so it is unlikely that sub judice would apply here. And so as such, that would not be a point of order with respect to the point of it being before the courts. Having said that, I would provide some caution to the member, and all members in fact, when speaking about potential charges being laid or other matters of a criminal nature, that we all have a certain responsibility with respect to the judicial system and ways our comments inside the chamber may or may not prejudice a judicial proceeding. We all have an incredible amount of privilege that comes with being a member, but that privilege doesn't mean it comes without responsibility, and I would encourage the member to be cautious when referring to matters of a criminal nature that may or may not be before the court, and as such, I'm sure he wouldn't want to prejudice a proceeding of the court. Now, lastly, and perhaps my ruling is more robust than it needs to be, but with respect to making allegations of another member, your speaker has provided a lot of comments on this issue just a couple of weeks ago when the member for Calgary-McCall-Bular was speaking. And this is a very complex matter that is very difficult to rule as a point of order or not, because the member didn't specifically refer to any particular member inside the Assembly and more broadly made statements about the government. Now, while I appreciate that there are not that many members of the government who may have attended, and so it's possible to narrow that down and make that feel as though the member is making a specific allegation, we need to provide lots of latitude with respect to the freedom of speech inside the Assembly, because I know members of the government also like to make allegations about people who have attended protests or otherwise in the past, be them oil and gas pipeline protests or otherwise. And so there is a natural tit for tat that sometimes happens in the Assembly, and so I think that it's important that very clearly the language did cause disorder today. While I'm not going to rule it as a point of order, I want to provide some additional caution to the member for Edmonton-Rutherford with respect to potentially making allegations about members of the Assembly. I will find a point of order on relevance because the member hasn't been speaking to the amendment. We're not at second reading of a bill. He needs to remain focused on the amendment that's before the Assembly. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your advice and direction. It's very complete today. I will move back, if I have perhaps wandered off a little, to the amendment itself, and to the request in the amendment to take the concerns that have been expressed in this House by myself and others about the seriousness of this situation, particularly in the context that I was providing of other situations here in this province, of a threat to supply chain issues here in the province, and how important it is that we actually reach out to try to ensure that the well-being of all Alberta citizens, whether they be employers or workers or people who are just in one way or another taking in the advantage of the advantages of having a good supply chain in order to create good work opportunities and chances for people to earn good income in this province. And because of the importance of all of this, I think that we should be asking exactly what it is that it says in this amendment, that we should be immediately asking for in this case, the workers and the employer to get together and to resolve these issues, and to resolve them in a way that actually deals with the underlying concerns that have been brought forward by the workers and the need for the businesses to maintain their business. At the same time, that two things are not incompatible at all. Simply, it's a matter of the businesses ensuring that the work that the workers are doing are within scope, are done in a safe way, and are adequately compensated. Pretty simple, straightforward requests, and I believe this employer certainly has demonstrated they have the ability to raise the funds in their work in order to be able to meet those needs quite adequately, given the profits that they have brought in over the last number of years. And so as a result, we would certainly like to encourage them to sit down at the table with the resources that they clearly have and resolve this issue so as to not negatively affect other Albertans who are depending on that work to be done in order for them to be able to maintain their own work or their own business and so on. And the second part of the amendment, speaking particularly to the fact that there already is a work stoppage that has been instituted, and we know that that work stoppage is instituted by the employer, that it isn't a strike at this point, it is a lockout, and therefore the only action that's been taken to actually interfere with our supply chain has been taken by the employer at this particular time. And so we think it'd be very important for the government to work with that employer to make a new decision to stop locking out the workers so that they can get back to the table, so that they can make an early resolution. I certainly hope that whatever happens in this case, that it is done quickly and is done peaceably. And I think that the role of the government is to ensure that, or to request that, and to facilitate that appropriate resolution. I think that the wording of the changes that are suggested in this amendment are very clear, and that is to call on Canadian Pacific Railway Limited and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference to reach a negotiated settlement urgently to resolve the contract dispute. That seems like a very good thing for a government to do, something that would benefit all of us, that would address the needs that were outlined by the minister initially when the initial bill was introduced, and as such would lead to a satisfactory resolution. I'm concerned, on the other hand, that if we get into an antagonistic dispute where workers' rights are subverted through some kind of process of forcing them back to work against their constitutional right to assembly and to strike, which has been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada on numerous occasions, that would actually lead to an elongation of the problems in this contractual situation, such that the workers, while being forced back to the work site, simply do not do the things that they would do to make things run quickly. Instead would do things to make sure that the contract negotiations had to come back to the table by acting in a way that is slower, for example, than they might do otherwise, or not engaging in necessary activities that are outside of their legal scope, or things of that nature. So you actually might be exacerbating the problem by actually forcing the workers back in, because you take away their right to govern their own work integrity. And the only way that they can then respond is by changing the nature of the work that they actually engage in. There's nothing left to them. They can't negotiate in any other way. And so what you find is you have workers engaging in work slowdowns, or or refusing to do things they would normally naturally do, even though it really wasn't part of the job, because it facilitated the good functioning of the business, they would do it anyways, because workers often tend to do more than they're actually paid for and than they're asked to do, just because they're part of a system and they know how to make it work and function well, because they're there every day. But they can choose to stop doing all of that. So what we might have is an elongated conflict between employer and employee, rather than an abbreviated one, if the bill were allowed to pass without this amendment. And so I think it's really important that we, as a government, seek to bring this to closure as quickly as we possibly can, that we should act with good integrity, respecting the laws of the land, about the right to collective association and collective bargaining and the right to strike, and instead seek to become a partner with all of the people involved in this dispute in resolving this in a good way, with the resources that are clearly available in this situation, already inherent in the company and the union services, and bring all of those good working, successful people together to come to a resolution that will bring us to a better place more quickly and with more long-term positive benefits. If we force people back into a work situation, the consequences could be years in the making, because they will be going back to work upset, angry, and having had none of their concerns addressed. If we instead have them come back to the negotiating table and have those concerns addressed, then we know that the work will move forward in a positive way, and that's, of course, what I think everyone on both sides of the House would like to see in this particular situation. In fact, in all labor situations, that it should be our ultimate goal, not to, to use the strong arm of the law to shove people back into a place they do not wish to be, but rather to entice them back into that place by ensuring them that their livelihood and the livelihood of all of their fellow citizens will be improved. If they sit at the table, if they have good, open conversations with their employer and come to a satisfactory mutual resolution. Clearly, I can't see that we would seek any other kind of outcome beyond that. And I'm afraid the original bill without this amendment was actually moving in that direction, was moving to twisting the arm, pushing people in a direction that is not going to be perceived by them in their best interest, and therefore would create the factors for an underlying mistrust of both government and of the employer for a significant length of time. And if we live in a culture where workers continually find they have to mistrust government, they continually find they have to mistrust their employer, we certainly are going to find more disruptions or other mechanisms that lead to exactly the opposite outcome than the one that we desire. So I guess in conclusion, I would like to commend the member from Edmonton Decor for bringing forward this resolution and suggest that the government actually be consistent and not interfere in this case beyond being a positive contribution. We certainly know in the past that they have not jumped in to protect the supply chain readily, and as such it would seem somewhat ironic if they chose to do it in this particular case. And we really should try to be a bit more consistent as government in order to ensure that the citizens of this province understand what the rules are, feel that the rules will be applied appropriately, and are happy to be part of a process in which their concerns, their rights are recognized, are responded to, and lead to a better outcome for all citizens in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. We are on Amendment A1. Are there any members wishing to join debate? Seeing none on the amendment as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. We are on the main motion. Are there any? I see the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to be back on the original motion. I'm standing in support of Government Motion 11, very similar to what our industry is standing in front of the House and Commons right now asking for. Back to work legislation to save their industry at a critical time. It's imperative that this House declare rail transport an essential service and that back to work legislation is implemented to maintain the integrity of our supply chain. This isn't something that we jump to, folks. We've been doing this for weeks. The Transportation Minister, the Premier, we've been asking for binding arbitration. We've been asking to anyone to listen, right up to the Prime Minister's office. This isn't something that was jumped at. This is specifically important to the agriculture industry. The strike action, and it is strike action, by the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference presents the most recent in a series of challenges faced by the sector, and simply put, it's one we cannot afford. In the lead up to the strike decision, our ministry was in constant conversation with industry and our provincial and federal counterparts to determine the impacts of a strike action and determine how to mitigate what we could. Our strategy has been to keep the channels of communication open, particularly across the prairie provinces, and to provide a unified response that best serves Western producers. Because we're feeling this here. We have the processing capacity, we have the feeding capacity on behalf of Saskatchewan, on behalf of Manitoba, but we feel it here intimately. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by stating the industry that will be hardest hit by the suspension of rail transport will be the fed cattle sector. This industry is currently reliant on imported feed corn from the United States to provide daily rations to over 1 million head of cattle in Alberta's feedlot alley. Alberta imports an average of 57,000 tons of U.S. corn and almost 11,000 tons of U.S. dried distiller grains each week. However, there's a projected 400% increases in corn imports to Alberta and Saskatchewan in 2021-2022. This is the highest on record since 2002-03. Should be no surprise, the last substantial drought the province saw. This massive reliance on U.S. imports is a consequence of the prolonged dry conditions and the extreme heat experienced in 2021, and that's why this isn't a business as usual situation. This is a critical, timely situation. We know the drought severely depleted available feedstock in our province. Crop yields fell far below historical averages, and of the limited quantities produced, the majority of product was graded moderate to good and therefore shipped out of our borders for milling and export. This left Alberta producers with severely limited access to domestic feed-grade product, and in many cases, international markets became the sole source to secure feed. To compound this issue, CP is the only rail transporter of U.S. feed corn into southern Alberta. This means that many feeders are not only reliant on feed imports, but on CP rail imports more specifically. Mr. Speaker, for many feeders, the suspension of CP rail transport means the elimination of their sole source of feed. This places many producers in dire straits, and it's why we must pass this motion, hopefully unanimously as one body, to show our support for this industry. For the benefit of the House, to give a little context on the immediacy of the situation, an animal consumes an average of 24 pounds of grain each day, along with silage and supplements. You can play with those numbers a little bit when you supplement or when you take into account corn instead of barley, but it's close. One rail car feeds an estimated 8,000 head for a single day. That's one day. This means that our province requires 900 to 1,000 trains per week to sustain current cattle populations. I rise today to make it abundantly clear that feed supplies will run out in an estimated 1 to 2 weeks as a result of a CP rail suspension. Simply put, in the not-so-distant future, we will not be able to feed livestock and will be faced with an animal welfare crisis as a result of the strike. I was in Pitcher Butte 2 weeks ago speaking to feeders about this very thing, and a gentleman grabbed me by the collar and said, you got to let them know this leads to bullets and backhoes. They have to understand that. So I hope when we're talking about this in this House, no one is playing politics with this. No one wants an unfair deal for anybody. We need this to move ahead because it's critical. The emergent nature of this situation cannot be overstated, and it requires the immediate attention of all members in this chamber. Given the immediacy of this issue, our government, along with our counterparts in other prairie provinces, has been investigating potential solutions to make up for lost imports. As I mentioned previously, we need about 9 to 10 trains per week of feed to sustain current feeder populations. Although freighting supplies in by road seems like an obvious alternative, we know this is not a viable solution. It's estimated that 1,000 to 1,500 Super B trucks would be needed per week to replace the volume of feed grain currently being brought in by CP trains. However, we simply do not have anywhere near this capacity with respect to both vehicles and drivers to meet the demand for Alberta feedstock. There is a current and increasing trucker shortage, not lost on anyone in this House, not only in Alberta but across Canada. Trucking HR Canada estimates 18,000 truck driver jobs will be vacant by this month. So we know that trucking commodities across the border does not provide an alternate solution to lost rail capacity. Culling is the last resort in a feed crisis. However, in the event that the sector is driven to this outcome, current processing capacity presents a challenge. Meat processors are at or near capacity, and product deliveries are nearly 1 month behind schedule. Packer utilization rates were around 95% in 2021 compared to 2015. Western Canadian slaughter reached 2.5 million head in 2021, which represents an 8% increase over 2020. The year-to-date 2022 federally inspected Western Canadian cattle slaughter is running about 2% higher in 2021, with 49,000 head slaughtered per week. I'm telling you this because we still have not worked through the glut in the supply that came from the first COVID shutdowns in 2020. We're getting close, we're working through it, but we haven't. There's no more capacity to be taken up. So we can't meet the capacity of a potential surge in processing demand as a result of culling procedures are limited. Alberta does have a small advantage, with over 3/4 of Canadian beef processing occurring in Western Canada and the vast majority concentrated in Alberta. But because products cannot be exported through rail, we may face a major bottleneck at the processing site, resulting in a backlog of fed cattle like we saw as a result of the pandemic. While this strike threatens the cattle sector most significantly, it also impacts Alberta's crop producers. Grain shipments have been challenged this winter with British Columbia mainline disruptions, cold weather events, and illegal blockades. CP order fulfillment versus hopper car demand in Alberta remains poor, and service has not recovered following the BC mainline disruptions in November 21. As a result, crop producers were already facing rail issues prior to the strike. However, the demand for rail capacity in the crop sector is much smaller compared to the import needs of the cattle industry. The 2021 drought decreased crop yields, and many producers held moderate to low carryover crop inventory. For instance, yields of the major crops of spring wheat, canola, and barley were 37% below the 5-year average. Midway through the 2021-2022 crop year, producer deliveries of crop to licensed elevators and processors were down 30% from a year ago, and Canadian crop exports down by 40%. As a result, the CP rail strike has a smaller impact on crop exports and elevator stocks. The demand for rail capacity is lessened by reduced crop export quantities, but concerns remain around the import of necessary seeding inputs like chemical and fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, our government has worked hard to stem the impacts of this strike. On March 4th, 2022, I sent a letter to the Honourable Seamus O'Regan, Federal Minister of Labour, raising concerns with the CP labour dispute. And to be clear, Minister O'Regan is still held up in Calgary. He's saying all the right things and working hard, and we are honestly very hopeful that they can come to some kind of amicable solution quickly with his help. The letter highlighted the immediate adverse impacts a strike would have on Alberta, specifically on the cattle feeding sector. It also requested that Honourable O'Regan take immediate steps to ensure that this solution could be reached between CP and Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, and namely at the time to push both parties into binding arbitration, as was asked by industry. This would keep the trains rolling while bargaining continued. Minister Sawney and the Minister of Transportation and I sent a joint letter to the Federal Minister of Transportation regarding the CP labour dispute, and my Deputy Minister has raised these concerns at all the FPT Deputy Minister calls. We've met with our provincial counterparts in Saskatchewan and Manitoba to discuss the impacts of the strike and outline potential supports. And of course, we've maintained constant communication with industry groups throughout the process to keep track of their concerns and forecast emerging issues. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of feeding the world. This is a matter of protecting a very important industry. We must ensure that the agricultural supply chains remain intact in order to keep the food on the shelves and on our tables. The ongoing geopolitical crisis in Ukraine points to the fragility of the global food system. Ukraine has about 18 million metric tons of wheat stocks available for export, but with Black Sea ports closed, these stocks won't reach the market. The CP strike and rail movement stoppage will likely increase port backlogs, creating additional costs for manufacturing and food sectors, impact spring crop planning, and have immediate adverse impacts on Alberta's cattle feeding industry. More generally, it could mean empty shelves and tables in the near future. It could also mean devastation to our fed cattle sector, immediate animal welfare considerations, and has the potential to delay much-needed relief for livestock producers by continuing to back up the system. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion to urge the Government of Canada to declare rail transport an essential service. This is not an unconstitutional ask, as the opposition are claiming. Declare them an essential service and implement back-to-work legislation to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. Or put them in binding arbitration, just get it done. Much like the industry, we just need to see this happen. To the members of this House, I urge you to do the same and to support Alberta's agriculture industry. You know, I had hoped that this would be a positive thing that the whole House could get behind, especially in lieu of the fact that our industry is in front of the House of Commons right now. And I do not know if it's abstract when 95% of your caucus lives within the Anthony Henday and you can't understand the seriousness. But when I listen to what I've heard for the last hour, I cannot believe what I've heard. We need to support the industry. Of course, the union and the company are going to get through this and represent the needs of the workers. Nobody is saying that shouldn't happen, but this needs to stop. It's too big and it needs to stop. And this isn't about a union or a company. This is about Alberta, and I hope we can all support this.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to, ignore maybe some of the comments that the Minister just made because I appreciate that he's frustrated. Generally speaking, though, I would like to think that both sides of this House works together quite well when it comes to the industry, and that we're able to have a discussion that actually gets us to a place of mutual respect. So my concerns, and I hope I get as much latitude as the Minister did when it comes to speaking to this motion, because I do have some thoughts and some concerns. And part of it is I have serious concerns about the supply chain in this province. I have serious concerns about the supply chain across the whole nation and the impact that it's had to our economy since COVID, since the floods in BC, since the droughts, all of those things. I've had serious concerns. I've had concerns to the point where even during estimates, I asked the Minister of Transportation what the plan was going to be because we knew this was coming. I asked the Minister what the plan was going to be because we knew this was coming. I asked the Minister of Finance the very same question. What was the plan? Because we knew this was coming. In January, the freight car shortage that was occurring across the nation was the lowest since 2014. We were having issues in January getting product to market. And when this was brought up, when this was discussed with the government, the response I got was silence. There was no plan being created, being discussed to address these very issues that we're now talking about today. The fact is that the government is talking about this today only because of the fact that it will be something that will have a serious impact on the industry. But the reality of it is that we've had serious impacts on our supply chain for months for the industry that this government has refused to address. The Coutts blockade would be an example of that. We had trucks that were stopped at the border with beef products, with feed, that couldn't get across the border. The government didn't react to the extent that they are reacting to right now to address those very stoppages. We have honey sitting in the Vancouver Harbour right now that can't be exported because we can't seem to get our supply chain working internationally. There is a serious issue with our supply chain in this province, and there is a serious issue in the supply chain across the whole country. I don't disagree. But when I ask the government to come up with a plan to look at how we're going to address these issues, why is today all of a sudden the day where it becomes the problem, when we've seen the problem growing over months and months and months, and yet silence? So again, I'll be clear what I asked the government for earlier. I sent a letter to the Minister of Transportation, to the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development, to the Minister of Economic and Innovation, as well as a member of our chair of our Rural Stewardship Committee, asking for us to come together and have a conversation about what is going on with our supply chain. Let's look at our strengths, let's look at our weaknesses, and let's look at how we get our product to market. That is collaboration. That is trying to work across the aisle. That is not about trying to abandon an industry like the minister just liked to say. What it is we should have been having this conversation a long time ago. And the problem is that our economy has taken the hit because of the lack of action that has been taken in regards to this. This is not a new issue. Rail capacity is not a new issue. But what it is becoming is the government trying to turn it into a labor issue. And it's not a labor issue. It is the fact that we can't get our product to market issue. It's the fact that we can't import and export the way that we should because we're a landlocked province that relies on these supply chains. And when they don't work, we're in trouble. So maybe let's focus on that. Let's create a solution to our supply chain. Let's be proactive, create a plan, and look at doing it. Let's work together on that. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with this motion because of the fact that this is about federal jurisdiction, and the province has a responsibility to fix some things in the province. And they've been silent on fixing anything in the province. That's the fundamental issue with this. If the government wanted to put something forward today that read something along the lines of, we have a supply chain issue in Alberta, as the government, we should take some action because we're concerned about what's going on in the agriculture industry, we're concerned about what's going on in our pulp industry because they can't get their product to market, absolutely, let's have that conversation. But that's not what this is about. This is about injecting into a labor dispute. So let's do something proactive, government. Let's do something proactive, ministers, and come up with a plan of how to actually get our imports and our exports happening. Something that was identified months and months and months ago. I've been talking about feed shortages for months. I've been talking about rail access issues for months. I've been talking about the Coutts blockade and the long-term impacts it was going to have on our economy for months. Why is today the day? Today's the day because the government all of a sudden wants to make it not about their responsibility, but about someone else's. Well, here's the reality. It is the government's responsibility to get our product to market in Alberta. Government, do your job. That's all I have left to say.
Thank you, honourable members. I see the honourable member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I enjoyed the expose that the member across the way put forward, we also have to recognize that today is the day, because today is the day that there is lockout and strike action happening on our rail, which is stopping the line at this time. And we have to recognize that a lot of these other elements that the member is speaking towards are being worked on a continual basis. But today is the day that we are discussing a work stoppage on a critical piece of infrastructure, on rail line. We have limited amount of rail capacity to begin with, and now we have a work stoppage. And we've just come out of a COVID pandemic where we talked about essential workers and essential service workers, whether they're health workers, whether they're farmers and transport agencies, whether they're in manufacturing, these are all essential services. But the difference with this situation is we have limited capacity to begin with. We have limited opportunity to actually continue with the movement of goods within this country when one out of the two line companies have essentially stopped working. And when that happens, we need to take action and try and find a solution that will be able to get the products moving and find the ability to actually have those conversations in how to rectify the work stoppage issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this motion. The motion 16 states, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the Government of Canada to immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service and implement back-to-work legislation to prevent any disruption or CP work stoppage to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. Now, if we have work stoppage in an area of our economy, a labor dispute, a strike, a lockout, in an area of our economy that people that are in need, stakeholders that are in need will be able to find the service elsewhere, then I would suggest we're not needing to even though it is an essential service item, if they're able to find their service elsewhere, then we need to allow that to play itself out. But in this instance, we have industry that is 10 days, 2 weeks away from essentially not being able to feed their animals. I have constituents that have contacted me that have 10 days worth of storage of feed in their bins. We just finished a drought season on the prairies, the first one since 2003. 2003, we brought in 2.9 billion tons of corn to try and keep our livestock fed and keep that industry alive and going well. But here we are. We're currently bringing in 10, 11 train car units, 100 cars every week. We are in critical need here, and if we don't get this resolved, we have an animal welfare situation. So that it's incumbent on legislators, and in this case federal legislators, who oversee the rail networks, to recognize that this is an essential service. And without this service, animals on the prairies here are going to go without. And we need to get on top of that. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are not proposing something that would be unconstitutional to the point where we're inhibiting or putting in place unsafe work conditions. Member from Calgary, Bular McCall, says, well, it's all about safety. That's all they're asking is just safe workplaces. Well, that's not all of what they're asking. And I don't believe that this motion is putting into these workers into an unsafe condition. We need to recognize that without federal government stepping up to the plate and identifying this as a critical situation, we are going to be having a very difficult time trying to, as agricultural industry, keep the livestock in a good condition and keep that industry healthy and strong going forward. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I know there's other members that would like to speak. I will close my comments and essentially say I am in full support of motion 16, and I do believe it's necessary to act on this quickly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member who has caught my eye is the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint and Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep this really brief. Again, the Minister did a great job of it. My colleague from Athabasca Barhead Westlock pointed out the criticality of why this motion is important, of getting the two parties together. It's not about crushing a labor negotiation or anything else. We're really critical in the supply chain. And appreciate the member from Edmonton Manning also for her comments and words and concerns in the supply chain. So I'm just going to quickly read the motion into the record here. Be it resolved, the Legislative Alberta Assembly urge the federal government of Canada to immediately invoke provisions to declare rail transport an essential service and to implement back-to-work legislation to prevent any disruptions or CP stoppage to ensure Canada's economy remains uninterrupted. So the member from MLA Manning, one of the folks next or across the aisle I have a ton of respect for. She researches her items. She's very passionate about what she does. We may not always be in alignment, but with the criticality of the supply chain, absolutely. And what I've been sitting on here, member, through you, Speaker, to the member, is that about 2 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, I was talking motion 501, which was economic corridors tying in our supply chains. Subsequent to that, I received a mandate letter from the Premier, and it was also part of the Fair Deal panel item, Mr. Speaker. I was named in that document as well to lead a task force to look at just this. The mandate letter stated to look at all the rail infrastructure within the province of Alberta, see what we have to build out, talk about the interconnectivity, and then look at economic corridors, supply chain specifically. My task force has completed that action, so I'm looking very forward to that becoming public. I'm looking very forward to working with the ministers and the member opposite from Manning. Once it's out officially, I'd love to have a coffee with you and go over the items because what you're hitting is spot on. We have congestion in supply chains coming into Los Angeles, Port of Los Angeles, Long Beach, which then cascades into the effect of in the Vancouver port, which cascades then into Rupert, how we can't get materials out. Across the border disputes, yeah, the border crossings for the trucking is critical, but we've got options on the trucking. So again, when we're looking at supply with Coots border specifically, that is a pinprick compared to what we're talking about with CP rails, volumes that they can move. When the Minister of Agriculture is stating something that's very direct from the ag industry, you got 2 weeks and it's bullets and backhoes. You literally are going to be starving animals out. With their drought conditions and everything else, I know the member agrees with the criticality of this. That's what we're talking about. So I would propose that our supply chain is so darn fragile. That was why we put in the Critical Infrastructure Act, pre-COVID days, because we already saw that. Things were getting backed up. With the perfect storm of the logistics issues that I've just spoken about on the supply chain on the West Coast of not only our country, but down in the States, with the drought conditions going back and forth, with our feed supplies being bought up on this side of the border that's already moved south of the border to feed their stock, we're at a critical stage. It's no longer nice just to have an oligarchy or two groups, two rail companies that have this. We need to really expand our rail infrastructure and our logistics and our supply chain, or the wheels come off this wagon. And the reason why now everyone's in violent agreement on this, because the perfect storm that we've been predicting for 3 years has come to roost. This is the issue. So members opposite, we can debate this back and forth, but I think we're in the same place. The wording and the nuances on it, this isn't about crushing labor. We want to make sure they're there. The one that jumps off the page for me most is declaring that it is critical infrastructure and it is essential service. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to the other members, I encourage you to vote in favor of this motion. We really need to get things back in the wagon here because it's all falling apart. In 2 weeks, tickety-tock, clock's ticking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think we've got a little interruption of music there. Honourable Members, we are on the main motion, motion 16. Are there any members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to preface my position on this motion by stating to the House that I have several Canadian Pacific employees living in my constituency of Lethbridge East, and the CP Kip Yard is a major hub just outside of my riding. I need to assure the House that I'm not taking a negotiated side here. A work stoppage seems inevitable, as multiple reports state that if the employees did not strike, they would have been locked out. I would like to think that we are all united in this chamber, and from what I've heard over the past few minutes, is true that when I say I'm hopeful to see a speedy and satisfactory resolution to this dispute, we would all be in agreement. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the side of Albertan consumers. Our supply chain, as has been fully stated here this afternoon, has been negatively impacted for the better part of 2 years because of the pandemic and other international issues. We are already experiencing inflation that our country has not seen in over 3 decades, We saw some empty shelves in grocery stores following the massive flooding in BC late last year. We all know Alberta is landlocked, so without our economic corridors, how else will people be able to get their food? R&R, roads and rail, are the main ways we get goods to and from our province. I want to also discuss my concerns on how this affects the agricultural industry. The Minister of Agriculture and Forestry has very clearly shared many of these points already, but seeding season is almost here. Most fertilizer is shipped by rail, and about 75% of fertilizer and livestock feed is transported mostly by train. Given that we saw one of the worst droughts in our province last year, and having a strong growing season is essential in our long-term economic survival for many of our farmers this year, we need to get this addressed. Grain is mostly moved by rail, which could lead to an increase in prices of items like bread and flour. As you know, CP also operates in the United States, and this work stoppage is starting to affect shipments to and from our largest trading partner. I am concerned about how this will affect Albertans as a reliable business partner at this time. According to the Retail Council of Canada, 89% of small businesses are feeling the effects of supply chain challenges. The Council cites retail, manufacturing, and construction as the hardest hit industries due to these disruptions. I think everyone in this House knows several people who are employed in these sectors, if not more. The Council says that approximately 30% of businesses have already seen their costs increase by 20% due to supply chain issues. I think we all need to take a moment and think about who inevitably pays for those increases, the final consumer. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech on Motion 16, Government Motion 16, I won't take a side in terms of CP management or the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference Union. However, I do agree that rail is an essential service for many of the reasons I've stated earlier in my remarks and those of other members on both sides of the aisle in this chamber. Many of the CP employees call my constituency home, or Lethbridge City, or Southern Alberta, and I fully respect their right to collectively bargain and hopefully come up with a new agreement that satisfies both sides. I value the critical role the CP conductors, engineers, yard workers, and others play in keeping our supply chain moving and so many Albertans and Canadians safe in the process. I can't comment on the issues that have led to CP and the union to this point because I'm not at the bargaining table. Again, what I do support is a quick resolution to this dispute. In all reality, Mr. Speaker, when there is a strike or lockout, neither side wins. CP loses freight revenue and employees lose wages. However, the ones that stand to lose the most are Albertans and Canadians who are already dealing with increased fuel costs, the staggering effects of inflation, among other things that are currently stressing household budgets, many directly related to policies of the federal Liberal government and their decisions, including the coming increase of the carbon tax this April 1st. I'm glad to hear the sides are still talking, and I pray for a speedy resolution to this unfortunate situation and hope that everyone will put their best foot forward to make sure that we can come to a resolution that doesn't further negatively impact any constituencies in my riding or across Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're here.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next, I see the Honourable Member for Taber-Warner has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me here today. I'll be quick in my comments. I do want to set the record straight for one of the things that was said by Edmonton Manning, MLA for Edmonton Manning. She said that because she hadn't heard about what was being done, that nothing's being done. Now, that honourable member knows full well, as she has been on the government side and in opposition side, she knows that just because the opposition doesn't know what's going on doesn't mean that things aren't going on. And so, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I have addressed, the member from Heller-Stettler has addressed this issue. The Transportation Minister has also addressed this issue, letting the Chamber know and also all Albertans know that this has been on top of mind for a long time. The member from Laxington Parkland has also stated that he's been doing some really good work in terms of corridors and the importance of supply chains for 3 years now. Mr. Speaker, that goes to show that this has not gone unheeded and that the members have been working at this diligently. I will say that I am concerned that I'm very much in favor of this motion, just to say that on the record, Mr. Speaker. I'm very much concerned that CP and CN have monopolies within their areas, which make it extremely important to make sure that they're running. They are an essential service to so many of our products in this province. And so for us to say that it's not an essential service, I don't understand that kind of reasoning, Mr. Speaker. The other point that I wanted to make is that the approach that we are taking to this is going to have a devastating effect if we don't get this right, Mr. Speaker, to so many of Albertans that have done so much in this to keep Alberta going. Our ranchers, feedlots, they need to have this work, and we hope that the honourable members from the NDP caucus will support us in asking our federal colleagues to make sure that we get this right. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has the responsibility for the transportation, the interprovincial and international transportation. For the honourable members to say that we should have been doing something about that, I've heard them argue earlier on in the day, saying that it's not our jurisdiction to go into what the federal government is doing. Mr. Speaker, you can't have both ways. The reality is it is their responsibility. So all we can do is ask them, beg them on bended knee to please make sure they get this right, because there is no way, Mr. Speaker, if we don't get this right, that our ranchers and our feedlot operators are going to survive this. This is a five-alarm fire, Mr. Speaker. There's certainly the importance of this to getting it done now versus in the future. We cannot overstate that. The other point that I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, is there's been allegations made by the honourable members about the Coutts border. And I will remind them that, once again, I do not believe in the approach of doing something that illegally. I'm a lawmaker, not a lawbreaker. And I think that it's extremely important to make sure that, that the members know that at no time did I engage in any illegal activity at the Coutts border. That is a very important. This is my riding, and it was important for me to be able to go down and to meet with the people there to make sure that they were safe, make sure that they were not breaking the law, and if they were breaking the law, to tell them not to break the law, which is what I did. And I stated that in my member statement, or in my media statement as well. I met with the council down there. So I did go down 3 times, as the members have stated. But those 3 times I didn't go down there to do anything illegal. I went down there to be able to try to resolve the situation as best that we can. Because it's important to be able to get our product back and forth through that border. That is the only 24/7 border crossing that we have. That is the only place that we can actually send live cattle and live swine through. In order for us to be able to actually get this that border going, 14 days without having it open intermittently throughout that was very disruptive to my constituents. And I dealt with speaking with many of the people in my riding. In the member from Carson-Sixica's riding to the north part of Lethbridge there, it is an area that is well known for feedlots. They call it Feedlot Alley. So to state that we didn't care about that, absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. We do care about it, and we want to make sure that commerce is flowing adequately. Now, I do want to state also that in terms of our approach here, all we can do is make a government motion. We cannot tell the federal government what to do, nor could we tell the federal RCMP what to do at the border. They have their jurisdictions, and as frustrating as it was down there to be able to see this play out the way that it did, every day was gut-wrenching for myself and many of the colleagues that I spoke with. And so, Mr. Speaker, this goal of ours, in order to be able to implore the federal government to do what they need to do to be able to get them back, get the CP rail going again, is absolutely critical. And I hope that all members of this House will make sure that they support this important motion to be clear to our federal counterparts, the federal Liberals, that this has to happen. This has to happen now. We cannot equivocate on this, and we cannot be slow on our movement on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, are there any other members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Government Deputy Whip has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And hearing both sides of the argument today and the wide range of discussion, I think we just need to Remember, our agricultural industry is in a dire need, including our ranchers, who I believe, in listening to the president of the Cattlemen's Association just on Ched the other day, is talking about the fact that they're getting corn out of Iowa, and that is the feed they're depending on. It can't come by truck. The volumes that they need have to come by rail, and we're going to have a very serious problem in a very short amount of time with the ability to be able to feed cattle and to keep them safe, keep them going. They can't just go and be processed. You can only do so many heads of cattle every day, so that is not an option that you can just turn to. Euthanizing them would be the humane thing to do if you can't feed them. And so I think we need to look at this in the broader situation that we have, is that it's an animal welfare crisis, very well put, Cardston Siksika. And I think that we need to understand that the amount of stress people have been under the last few years, the supply chain issues, the world conflict that we have. Thank you.
Interrupt the honourable member for Leduc Beaumont. However, the time is 6 o'clock and we are now adjourned until 7:30 p.m. tonight. Order.